combined. To put dollar amounts on it, someone earning $1 million will get a tax giveaway of $81,500 in just 1 year, while someone earning less than $50,000 can only expect $265 in 1 year, which is only 73 cents a day. That millionaire will get a tax cut in 1 day that's almost as big as what the middle-class person will get over the entire year. And of course, this does not account for the burden of paying more for basic necessities because of Trump's tariffs, nor does it account for the loss of life-saving benefits like Medicaid coverage or SNAP food assistance. When the University of Pennsylvania included the benefit cuts into their analysis, they found that the poorest 20% of households in this country will lose $30,000 over their lifetime if this bill gets signed into law. It's quite literally a reverse Robin Hood scheme, taking from the poor and giving to the ultra-rich. That's why I had an amendment that said there should not be tax giveaways for those earning more than $10 million per year. And so, Secretary President, I only want a yes or no answer. Would you have voted yes or no on my amendment?
Again, no.
I yield back.
Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you again. Thanks for sitting here. Your predecessor, Janet Yellen, pushed Congress for the last 4 years to adopt the OECD global tax deal. I'm grateful that you and the administration have been working to stop this. There's a lot going on in that space. And as the current global tax deal is formulated, U.S. multinationals are disadvantaged in two critical ways. First, they face 2 layers of minimum taxes, the existing robust U.S. system and the emerging OECD system. And 2, their traditional income-based tax incentives face stricter scrutiny against the corporate welfare regimes in China and the EU. The global tax deal fosters a kind of a Hunger Games style race for government handouts, cash subsidies, and refundable tax credits. The system rewards political connections and authoritarian regimes over innovation. And Mr. Secretary, as you know, countries are pressuring the U.S. to sign on to the global tax deal and want to push subsidies out of the income tax system into the hands of bureaucrats, distorting markets, picking winners and losers, and leaving their taxpayers footing the bill for political pet projects with dismal economic results. If other nations want to tie their economies in knots with that nonsense, that's their funeral. The U.S. should not play the role of global nanny, dictating domestic policy to sovereign states. Countries around the world are free to determine a domestic policy that meets their political and economic demands, but not at the expense of the U.S. taxpayer and our great U.S. companies. My concern, Mr. Secretary, is that there is an on and off switch associated with the implementation of this global tax deal. A lot of uncertainty of what's happening after your time in office and the President's time in office. The tax sovereignty of this nation is under attack. The last administration gave away U.S. leverage trying to sell the jurisdiction and purview of this committee to the OECD in Paris. We must not let that happen. The global tax deal isn't just a friendly suggestion, it's a loaded gun aimed at countries that don't join the cabal. I, for one, don't want the U.S. to be looking at the end of their loaded gun under the next administration or the one after that. Mr. Secretary, will you commit to working with us to put a nail in this coffin on the global tax deal once and for all?
My staff met with the OECD in Paris just last week, and we are pushing back and working toward a solution as soon as possible, Congressman.
Thank you for your work on that. And then one last thing, the current tax code has certainly been biased against investments and structures, and I've been working on this issue for a number of years since I've been on the Ways and Means, including a bill I introduced that implements a neutral cost recovery for structures. While we should continue to do more in this space to drive down the cost of investment in structures, I know that's part of the big plan to get manufacturing back here quickly. I'm happy that we're moving in this right direction. And long depreciation schedules, as you know and as you've worked on, erode the value of deductions, hindering growth on domestic manufacturing. The provision that we included in the big one beautiful bill that allowed full expensing of factories coupled with restoration of 100% expensing for equipment and machinery will be crucial for the President Trump's agenda to boost American manufacturing. We're hearing a lot of great things about that. Mr. Secretary, I want to reiterate my thanks, certainly the Republican Party's thanks for your immense support in this provision to implement full expensing of factories. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to you to just talk about why that is so important to move quickly on this to get it done and what it's going to do for our economy.
Congressman, it provides great surety, but more than that, it provides the impetus for businesses to make capital allocation very quickly, and in a way, it puts us on an even playing field with the countries that heavily subsidize their industry. In the United States, we try not to, some administrations, like the past one, try to pick winners and losers. We do not. We try to set the best playing field and create the best environment. So the surety of immediate expensing is very powerful in terms of after-tax return on capital. After-tax return on capital is what drives this economy, it is what drives productivity, and it is what makes the United States the greatest economy in the world.
Mr. Secretary, again, thank you for being here. Appreciate your words, and I yield back.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield.
Congresswoman Gwen Moore,
5
Democrat
seconds
from
to the
Wisconsin, now
gentlelady
with
from
Scott Bessent,
California,
live on
Ms.
Bloomberg.
Sanchez.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the nonpartisan policy research Yale Budget Lab analysis, which shows that $3,000 cut to household income because of Trump's tariffs.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back to Ms. Moore.
The Yale Budget Lab is staffed by
Thank you. This is my time,
former
sir.
Biden officials.
Where's the gavel, Mr. Chairman? He's taking up my time.
Proceed, the clock's moving, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I want to join my colleagues on a bipartisan basis in regaling the life and times of Charlie Rangel. And actually, Mr. Chairman, were he alive today would be his 95th birthday. And you know, even if it weren't his birthday, I would have to have thought of Charlie Rangel at this moment. And the last real close personal conversation that I had with him when I considered your testimony here today, Mr. Secretary, and some of the other sorts of inquiries and comments of my colleagues here when they talked about the averages. The average taxpayer is going to receive this or that. It's sort of like the example that you almost gave here. You know, one taxpayer gets $1 million tax refund, another one gets a $1 tax refund, and then the average tax refund is $500,050. I had a Jesuit education, so we learned about the tyranny of averages. You ignore the distribution and outliers. You mask variations and inequalities. It's asymmetrically distributed. It's skewed. Because you have heard my colleagues talk about the real impact. Somebody under $50,000 a year is going to get $265 versus others that get millions. That is not a question. That was my comment. Okay, so you and Doge were focused on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. So let me just sort of outline some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that you found and tell me yes or no, was this what you found? $641 billion in subsidies for the ACA, $764 billion in Medicaid cuts, $300 billion in SNAP cuts, and then triggering $500 billion in Medicare cuts. Was that all waste, fraud, and abuse? Yes or no?
Again, ma'am, it's very, very difficult to give a yes or
those are the cuts. Okay, I'll move on. You're not going to answer.
Very difficult.
What I'd like to know is the $2.4 billion in debt and the tax increases of $4.5 trillion. Is that not spending? Are tax cuts spending and creating, especially, not just adding to the debt, but the interest rates on the debt? Is that or is that not spending, yes or no? Are tax cuts, if I give you a tax cut, am I spending out of the treasury to do that? Yes or no?
Not if we,
Mr.
not if
Secretary.
we create more income
Okay,
than the nature of
we're talking about a gambler's fallacy with projecting growth that's never been proven by anybody, anything. So I will move on because I see my time is waning. Let me ask you some more questions. Do you think that a problem we have in our tax code is that we have $700 billion a year in a tax gap because you know, the very wealthy are evading illegally their tax responsibilities? Is that or is that not waste, fraud, and abuse? Would you characterize that as waste, fraud, and abuse? I'm just a simple question. Is that waste, fraud, and abuse?
My priorities are collection, privacy, and customer service.
Okay, so but you didn't. We're not collecting that, and you cut 31% of the budget from the IRS that would have actually, you know, processed these claims.
The largest budget cut was in the IT department that began the modernization in 1990.
Okay, the true cost of economic security has determined that 50% of Americans are financially insecure. 50% of Americans. So do you think that any of them are going to suffer from the cuts in Medicaid, SNAP, and ACA not to have these resources available to them? Yes or no?
I believe that they will be better
off without these
under
resources.
This tax bill, just as they were under President Trump's last term, as opposed to the ravages of inflation under President Biden's term.
Well, let me just ask this. Why is this bill designed to take away some of the benefits that you claim people are going to have? They expire, like the senior tax credit expires, all of these things that these families are supposed to get. If you're so into uplifting their needs, why do they expire?
No tax on tips.
No tax on tips expires.
Sorry?
It expires. And it's not really a decrease on tax on tips.
If you would like to join me and making it permanent and have your Democratic colleagues
you're the secretary. You're the secretary, sir. You wrote the budget.
We would welcome you to join us.
Excuse me?
We would welcome you to join us.
I'm ready to join you right now. You going to accept an amendment?
Time has expired, Ms. Moore, by over a minute. I was very generous, but wait.
Mr. Chairman, you are always very generous. Let's be clear. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. The chair would like to inform the members that the committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes following Ms. Miller's time. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm from West Virginia, and I'm going to give you a little Southern love. I graduated from Columbia College. My husband graduated from the Citadel. So we've got some roots in
Congresswoman Carol Miller of West Virginia now in
here
questioning
today.
with the Treasury
You know,
Secretary,
after
Scott
4
Bessent.
years of inflation and unmonitored spending and non-existent trade negotiations under the previous administration, I'm thrilled to have you and President Trump back at the helm to deliver on America First policies. Having businessmen rather than career politicians running the country is authorize the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and put more pro-working class tax policies in place. This committee passed the most significant tax bill in modern history last month, and the House followed suit. It is now time for the Senate to do their job and get this big, beautiful bill to the President's desk. I want to talk about 1099-K. One of my top priorities in the tax package is to repeal the Democrats' absurd 1099-K threshold. Under the Biden administration, Democrats changed the time-tested standard of $20,000 in 200 transactions to $600 when determining whether a taxpayer receives a 1099-K or not. Before this committee, your predecessor acknowledged that this new threshold would be difficult to administer and to lead to the taxpayers' confusion. So instead of working with us to fix it, the Biden Treasury unconstitutionally delayed implementation and then changed the threshold to try and ease the taxpayers' confusion in the election year. Unfortunately, there are still millions more 1099-K forms that were sent out, and Republicans have worked to restore the 1099K threshold to the time-tested standard of $20,000 in 200 transactions by including my Saving Gig Economy Taxpayer Act in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Can you shed some light on how this policy and others being produced from your department will make life easier for our taxpayers?
Representative, thank you for discussing these very important issues. As I said, I believe the underappreciated part of President Trump's economic plan is the deregulation. And what you were describing, the cutting back on paperwork, that putting thresholds at proper level is indeed deregulation, lower paperwork. And I think you correctly pointed out that the previous administration, I'm not sure that anyone ever signed the front of a paycheck or the back of a paycheck. I think they mostly received direct deposit from the U.S. government because they're always government employees. So if you have never made payroll, if you are not processing paperwork, you don't understand the costs that are inherent in this. If you are a small business person, if you are someone with a lawn care business, if you are someone, as you said, we have a completely new economy today with the gig economy. Whether it is Uber drivers, delivery people, the contract workers who work from home, in programming fields. So I think that it was tone deaf, completely tone deaf for the nature of the new economy.
You are so right. And I also want to voice my support for the ongoing trade negotiations that the President and you are working on. For too long, our trusted trade partners have quietly taken advantage of the United States. And I'm a firm believer that trade truly is the great equalizer and a powerful tool to bring the world together. However, sometimes the tool can be used effectively and not always with fairness. I'm particularly interested in the domestic steel industry from West Virginia. We've been producing quality steel for decades, and some in my hometown in Huntington and my district is currently ramping up more steel production even further with new mills in Mason County. So I'm supportive of the Section 232 tariffs on steel that the President has pursued, and I'm eager to work together with the administration to ensure that a level playing field is also applied to the U.S.-UK economic prosperity deal. The UK has a history of subsidizing its steel industry, which in turn often undercuts our domestic steel producers. Can you commit to continuing working on securing fairness for our domestic steel industry across trade deals?
Representative Miller, I had the privilege of being with the President at the U.S. Steel factory in Pittsburgh a week ago Friday. And I can tell you that the President's commitment to the U.S. steel industry is unwavering, that we are bringing back domestic production. And what we have seen, and one of the previous questions about is China a reliable partner, what we have seen during COVID since then is that there are strategic industries in the United States where we must have an industrial base. And I would put steel in the top 3.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will stand in recess for exactly 10 minutes.
Live from Capitol Hill and here on Bloomberg Radio, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, there dropping the gavel for a bit of a break here. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has not had a lot of sleep, as you might think back to the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday when he was just leaving London following U.S.-China trade talks in for 2 rounds today. He will actually be back on Capitol Hill at 4 o'clock, and we'll resume our coverage of this hearing before the Ways and Means Committee with questioning on the U.S.-China trade deal, on reconciliation, and the greater strength of the economy. Wall Street is not getting a real lift out of this conversation if traders are paying attention, and we do want to update the markets right now. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York with the trade. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, earlier gains have fizzled. The S&P 500 index now in the red, trading lower by 5 points. A bounce off the bottom, but still lower. The Dow holding on to a gain of 89 points, up 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index right now is down 37, drop there of 0.2%. The 10-year on this CPI Wednesday, 4.42%, with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.95%. Gold now at $33.31 the ounce, up $7, up by 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.5%, surging to $66.58 a barrel. And Bitcoin just about flat on the day, down 0.4%, 109,573 on Bitcoin. So bottom line here, we do have stocks shuffling between small gains and losses as traders look past that upbeat report on cooling consumer prices. We're also assessing the outlook for global trade. Recapping, S&P down 3, drop there of 0.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthew.
Hey, Charlie, many thanks to Charlie Pellet. He'll be back a little later in the broadcast as we keep tabs on Wall Street. And in the meantime, waiting for the Treasury Secretary to return following a brief intermission in the hearing before the Ways and Means Committee. We wanted to spend a bit of time with Stuart Paul, of course, U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics, just to hash out a bit of what we heard and also talk about the data this morning. Of course, an important day here with U.S. core inflation rising less than forecast. He had the wind at his back, Stuart, when it came to CPI this morning and kind of the backdrop for this conversation. And we're getting a real I told you so out of the White House when it comes to Trumponomics, or whatever we call it. How good is this news, and what does it mean for the Fed?
That's right. So he started off this testimony before the House Ways and Means Committee with a bit of a victory lap because this morning's consumer price inflation data came in lower than expected, the headline rising just 0.1%, same for the core on the month. And I think that what most folks are breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief about is that the headline has not been blown out because of tariffs that had gone into effect. The thing that we see when we look at the details, however, is that things like home furnishings, appliances, electronics, sporting equipment, things that we import from China, those are all seeing the effects of tariffs. We are seeing firms pass through tariff costs to consumers. Where we're seeing disinflation offsetting that effect is in a lot of these services categories. So we're seeing shelter prices rising just a little bit less. But more importantly, we're seeing travel-related prices, airfares, hotels. They're just outright declining. Part of that is because of canceled travel plans from folks from abroad that are seeing this trade war developing and deciding to cancel their trips to the U.S. So
interesting.
It's not entirely the case that the low inflation reading is good news. Trumponomics is necessarily working. We are seeing higher costs because of tariffs, and we are seeing lower costs in some services categories because folks are trimming their spending where they can.
Well, part of the argument here from the administration now is that the reconciliation bill, the one big beautiful bill that's in between the House and the Senate at the moment, is going to goose the economy. It's going to create growth that is not being quantified by the Congressional Budget Office or mainstream economists. Scott Besson talked about that in his testimony a short time ago. Stuart, let's listen.
The one big beautiful bill will also incentivize unprecedented investment in U.S. manufacturing. The legislation will provide 100% expensing for new factories, as well as existing factories that expand operations and support Made in America. It will streamline burdensome permitting processes that often stand in the way of new manufacturing projects.
The problem, Stuart, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you cannot quantify the benefits of cutting red tape when it comes to economic growth, right? Can you put a number on that as an economist?
It's very difficult to do. Beyond cutting red tape, Secretary Besson put forward the idea that the dynamism that you get from more efficient allocation of private capital that comes with tax cuts or permanent extensions or longer-term extensions of existing tax rates, that helps to propel growth. What was interesting during the hearing, Joe, and I'm sure you saw this also, is that I believe it was Ranking Member Neal asked the question, Secretary Besson, can you name a single independent economist who would say that the dynamism created and the growth created by cutting these taxes more than offsets the cost of the bill, the reduced revenue? There were audible laughs in the room when Secretary Besson pointed to Art Laffer. It is a clearly politically wrought person in the field of economics and a politically wrought topic for folks to deal with. It is the case that the one big beautiful bill will undoubtedly add to the national debt on the order of a few $1 trillion. It is difficult to account for the dynamism created by cutting red tape, but that's because these are some of the consequences of the aggregate economic measures. It's not just so much the case that we could just mark down a number by waving our finger in the air and feeling which way the wind is blowing.
Right. Well, look, we have a smart audience here. You're talking. We hear a lot of references, Stuart, to the Laffer curve, specifically when Republican lawmakers are trying to make that argument to connect the dots between tax cuts and growth, right, between tax rates and total tax revenue. What should our listeners and viewers be thinking when they hear that reference?
Sure. So the basic premise of the Laffer curve is that if you set tax rates exceptionally low, let's say at 0%, you will get zero tax revenue. If you set tax rates exceptionally high, let's say 100%, you crush economic activity so much that you also get $0 in revenue. There is some tax rate between 0 and 100 that gives you the maximum amount of revenue. And the question is always, if the tax rate is too high, then by lowering it, you can unleash economic activity and generate additional revenue. That's if you're above the point that we would associate with the peak of this so-called Laffer curve. Alternatively, and this is what Democrats typically argue, if your tax rate is below the point of maximum revenue on the Laffer curve, you raise taxes and raise revenues. It's one of those circumstances where when we look at current tax rates, most folks would say that raising rates would raise additional revenue. By pointing out one independent economist who would say that the one big beautiful bill raises revenue by pointing out that it's Art Laffer himself, Secretary Besson is in a sense esoterically acknowledging that there is no one else who would say that we are currently with tax rates above the point that generates maximum revenue. So
this is incredible. By the way, this conversation, I'd get fired anywhere else for having this conversation on the air, but this is Bloomberg, Stuart, and you just landed the plane so perfectly. When you go to the cocktail party later on, we give you permission. You don't have to give us credit for it. When you explain to everybody what the Laffer curve is, and they all ask you for your business card, just remember, it was Stuart Paul. Producer Matt reminds us, Art Laffer, not a tariff guy. Do we really want to keep hanging that name out there?
No,
this argument?
His association is with taxes. It's funny that you bring up cocktail parties because the idea of this Laffer curve was originally just drawn on the back of a cocktail napkin at a cocktail party. He is a character mostly focused on taxes. And I think that most folks, even on the Republican side of the aisle, when they look at the one big beautiful bill, they'll even acknowledge that the permanent or that the extension of tax of the TCJA will add to the debt. It's only when you account for revenue that comes from tariffs do you get to something closer to deficit neutral. But that's outside of the bill. That's coming from the White House. That is not coming from the Congress.
See, now you can admit that you just want to go to a cocktail party with Stuart Paul. The X date came up, Stuart. Secretary called it a moving target and said that he expects it will be middle to late summer. Pretty consistent with what we've been hearing so far. And then that brings up the whole question about whether they can get this bill done in time. It's got a raising of the debt ceiling in the reconciliation bill. But if they come too close on this, if things slow down in negotiations, they're going to have to handle this separately. How come he won't give us a more careful date on this? He seems to think, and he's said as much, that it creates more urgency if lawmakers don't know. Is that a good way to do business?
Well, it's interesting. We've seen strategic ambiguity used as a concept in foreign policy negotiations, specifically with U.S. Relationship with China vis-a-vis Taiwan. Strategic ambiguity when it comes to when the U.S. would default on its debt obligations is certainly a new strategy here. Secretary Bessent has been urging the Congress to get this done before the August recess. I think that he's been ambiguous to try to provoke some doubt about when the X date is, try to encourage some folks to think that maybe it's in July. Let's get the bill passed before everybody leaves. By our best estimates, the X date is closer to mid-August. And if Secretary Bessent
Is that why the bond market's not freaking out?
I think that's right. But if Secretary Bessent knows it also, and he's just trying to encourage the One Big Beautiful Bill to get done, get the debt ceiling raised as part of this comprehensive program, he would want to encourage some of this ambiguity and questioning.
Interesting. You know, we were talking earlier, Stuart, just the impression and the sort of gravitas and weight that the Secretary of the Treasury brings to the national conversation and how we look at them differently. When you think of testimony from Janet Yellen, there'd be roadblock coverage because she hadn't done an interview in probably 6 months, right? There'd be parsing of words. There would not be partisan conversation as we heard earlier. Are they getting back together, James? Brendan, oh, geez. All right, well, hold that thought. And with that backdrop, listen to Scott Bessent here. Brendan Boyle, the congressman, Democrat from Pennsylvania, in questioning now in the Ways and Means Committee. Big thanks to Stuart Paul. Let's get back to the hearing live.
The substance of what he said. Does it not add trillions of dollars, your bill, to the deficit and debt?
It's not my belief that it does. It may be his. He could speak for himself.
But of course, it's not just Mr. Musk. It is the Congressional Budget Office. It is conservative-leaning groups like Tax Foundation, Cato, left-leaning groups, and nonpartisan groups like CBO and JCT. So this bill has actually united the left, the right, and the center, all saying it massively increases deficit and debt. But they're all wrong and you're right?
Congressman, I think that there are a range of outcomes that I think that many do not include the pro-growth measures, just as they were wrong with the original TCJA. And that has proven to be a resounding success, just as I don't know if you were here to vote for the IRA, the CBO scoring on that, it has been 3 to 4 times more expensive.
So it's curious to me because you spent decades as an executive at George Soros's hedge fund, being very successful, making billions of dollars. Back then, you would always rail against deficit and debt. What's happened?
Again, that it is smart spending, that what are we spending for? Are we...
Tax cuts that mostly go to billionaires such as yourself, while throwing 16 million people off their health care coverage.
Well, I would dispute that 16 million. I think you're conflating a lot of numbers.
No, it's the, excuse me, reclaiming my time. Those aren't my numbers, just to be clear. As you know, it's the Congressional Budget Office projection.
I think you're adding up a lot of numbers that shouldn't be added.
Excuse me, I am adding 2 specific numbers. The cuts CBO found coming to Medicaid. No, if we're entitled to our own opinions, but not our own facts and not our own numbers. The CBO shows that 10.9 million will lose their health care coverage from the Medicaid cuts, and another 5.1 million will lose their health care coverage due to the ACA cuts. 10.9 plus 5.1 is 16 million.
So you are adding numbers. At 1.4 million.
Yes, correctly.
Do you support Medicaid for illegal aliens? 1.4
I am asking the questions, not you. Although you'll be happy to know that in my Commonwealth, home state, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, actually they check your citizenship status before you can enroll in Medicaid. But I understand why you're wanting to divert and change the subject. Let me move, since we've taken up already most of my time. The World Bank yesterday had a shocking growth projection. They slashed their growth projection for the United States by upwards of 40%. I'm just curious, do you agree or do you think they're wrong as well? Because they specifically cited the trade uncertainty caused by your administration, the administration that you serve as Secretary of the Treasury, as being the primary reason why they've had to slash their growth projection to the lowest since 2008.
Congressman, you kindly cited the success that I may or may not have had in my previous career, but I could tell you I would not have had it if I followed World Bank projections.
So it is interesting that you believe all of these groups are wrong, from your former colleague Elon Musk, to left-leaning groups, to right-leaning groups, the center groups, the World Bank. Everything is going hunky-dory. The reality is, I can see why you would have that opinion. You, as a billionaire, will reap the rewards of this tax cut, while 16 million Americans will lose their health coverage. That is the sad reality of the situation.
We could look at who would be most harmed if these tax cuts expire.
Well, you'll be happy to know that on this Democratic side of the dais, through an 18-hour markup, every single Democratic member voted to extend the tax cuts for everyone making under $1 billion. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Secretary, for coming, and I apologize for the bellicose manner in which you're being treated. I think if we all want respectful parlay, and we
Congressman Greg Murphy, Republican from North Carolina now, the Ways and Means Committee.
I'm just going to take aside. I am a physician in healthcare. I always want everybody to be able to access healthcare. But if I can say 3 words: illegal, ineligible, and able. So let's go to the illegal part first. The last party let in anywhere between 13 and 20 million people in this country illegally, and now they're placing their healthcare burden on the rest of the American country. So let's talk about the illegals, providing healthcare for illegals. By the way, those aren't American citizens. 2, ineligible. Last administration did not allow states to audit their Medicaid rolls. Guess what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to say, hey, you're still fit eligibility, you're a impoverished child, you're a pregnant woman, you're a disabled person, you're an impoverished senior citizen, you are eligible. But if you're not, you are not eligible for Medicaid, period. Able-bodied. Who can be against able-bodied individuals working to get health care? I mean, my gosh. So I'm hearing this ridiculous statistic of 16 million people who should not be eligible, who are not eligible. It is just embarrassing every time they bring this thing up. So anyway, I do want to get back to the fact that our nation now, and this is blames on Republicans and Democrats, has gone far too long as far as where our economy is. We've become a service economy. We've become a government employment economy. We make some things, we assemble other things, but we don't manufacture things. We've talked about this. I look at this and what's happened in North Carolina, the drying up of cities, especially in the East. I want to talk a little bit about tariffs, and this is a difficult discussion. I'm hearing more and more from manufacturers in North Carolina that the tariffs in the short term are harming them. Specifically, tariffs on inputs used in manufacturing, driving up costs and making products uncompetitive when exporting to third country markets. These export markets are highly competitive, and U.S. companies have to compete with the EU, with China, other countries to be able to offer their products cheaper. Who can offer their products cheaper than U.S.? I really just would like to know how we're going to navigate this. I really believe our tariff policy was necessary. You can only affect economic policy by one of 2 ways: militarily, which no one wants, or by tariffs. And to get our country reversed back on a path it should be, we have to do this. But help me understand how the U.S. is going to help our companies in this difficult time remain their competitiveness.
Well, Congressman, as I discussed earlier, the most powerful thing we're going to do is give them great certainty and permanence in this tax bill. We will also allow 100% expensing, both for the new equipment and for factory structures, and that will provide a substantial savings and impetus. So I believe that that will aid in the manufacturing here. We are also working with industry, and again, it is across a wide range that we will see. Some companies will make less, some will make more.
Right. I appreciate that. You know, I love to see our growth in our manufacturing. During the last administration, we had 3 to 7 million individuals who are able-bodied adult of working age come off of the workforce. We need workers. And guess what? Some of those people will come off Medicaid and actually get insurance by their job. So again, just a little bit of truth. Real quickly.
And Congressman, as I said earlier, that we have approximately 9% of the workforce that is in manufacturing. Historically, real wage increases accrue to manufacturing workers faster than lower end service economy workers. So I think we could still see real wage growth there also.
Right, facts matter. Quickly, I'd like to talk to you about transshipment. Transshipment by Chinese companies have undermined President Trump's Section 301 tariffs, and the problem seems to be getting worse. Can you elaborate by any chance if any discussion with China was done about transshipment, or is that in order? Is that going to be discussed?
Well, as you can imagine, they pushed back on the de minimis exemption, which we have gotten rid of, and we are going to, we are tariffing all the de minimis imports. We are going to set a level, and it will be a global level, not only for Chinese imports, although China floods the zone, because that is their business model, is to export their deflationary impulse, which is unacceptable to the rest of the world, especially for U.S. citizens. So we are going to set a global level for these de minimis imports.
Thank you. It's nice to see an administration actually do something on trade. We did nothing in the last 4 years, and I'm sorry if it hurts people's feelings that they've tariffed against us and we're retaliating, trying to do things better for the American people. Support what you do, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today and after your long days of travel. So thank you very much for being here. If I could ask you, Mr. Secretary, there's been a lot of attention lately and a lot of conversation around the bond markets and rising yields for
Congressman
US
David
Treasuries.
Kustoff of Tennessee now, speaking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Address that, maybe some reassurance. Maybe a couple of questions. First of all, what is your current assessment of the bond markets and your view of the upward pressure on Treasury yields recently?
Congressman, if I could break that down into three pieces. One is the smooth functioning of the bond market. So even during the April high volume, high volatility period, the bond markets functioned very well, trades cleared. There was never a question of financial stability. Two, at Treasury, our bond issuance is going quite well. We are actually seeing an uptick in primary purchasers as opposed to, so these are the end users who would hold it as opposed to dealers or flippers. And then three, as I said earlier, the United States 10-year is the only major 10-year yield in the world that is down on the year, So for all the sky is falling and cries of what's happening, or that a crisis is inevitable, the U.S. continues to be the most stable bond market.
You've had a lot of questions today about the One Big Beautiful Bill, and a lot of questions, very detailed questions. What would happen to the economy if Congress were to fail to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill and the majority of the tax cuts from 2017 were to expire?
Well, again, Congressman, there are two parts there. So one, the OBBB, as I call it, contains the debt ceiling raise and extension. So that cannot happen. That must be raised and extended. And so we will not even talk about the ramifications of that because it will never happen. Two, as I said, it would be an economic sudden stop where we would see a cataclysmic event for working Americans, for job creation, for the financial system. So it's unthinkable that this could happen. It would be the largest tax increase in history. And again, I'm not necessarily, I was criticized for my criticism of the CBO, I'm not necessarily going after the men and women who work there. I'm going after their insufficient models, because their insufficient models say that if we make permanent the tax bill, that we don't get an increase in growth. But to your point, if somehow the one big beautiful bill were not passed, that growth will remain the same, which is obviously the ridiculous assumption.
Wouldn't it be devastating for the economy if we failed to pass the one big beautiful bill?
Sir, I think it could set off the financial crisis, the likes of which we have not seen since 08-09.
Mr. Secretary, you would rather be Treasury Secretary than Chairman of the Federal Reserve, wouldn't you?
Sir, I think I have, with the, other than some congressional reporting, the best job in Washington. And I am happy to do what President Trump wants me to do. And I think that we are making great progress at Treasury. I can tell you that having been in the building now since January 28th, the professional staff is incredible. And the political staff that we brought in, everyone is working well together. We are working to enhance the economy for the American people, maintain the reserve status of the U.S. dollar, and to your first question, make sure that the U.S. Treasury market, which is the largest and soundest and bellwether for the world, maintains that status. And I would like to stay in my seat through 2029 to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have repeatedly said that there are no outside experts who support the one big beautiful bill, and I would like to correct that for the record for a moment. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to submit for the record a letter that was sent to President Trump, Speaker Mike Johnson, and Leader John Thune on June 3rd, showing 300 economists support for the one big beautiful bill. They urge speedy adoption of legislation to enact pro-growth tax policies. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I yield back.
Good, and Congressman, I believe I may have been in London when that was published, so I look forward to perusing the names of the economists on that list.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the role of the Secretary of the Treasury is one of the most important and consequential in the entire federal government. You're responsible for our nation's economic prosperity.
This Congressman Don Byer, the Democrat from Virginia, now questioning Secretary.
You're a successful guy with an Ivy League education. One would assume that you would understand that to execute on these objectives, you must apply foundational, widely acceptable principles to support economic growth. For example, a climate of economic stability and predictability, ensuring the economy has a strong and stable workforce, supporting science and innovation, and much more. Yet at every turn, your policies fly in the face of these basic principles. The erratic tariffs have thrown the markets and consumer confidence into free fall, while driving up costs for businesses and consumers alike. The misguided and cruel immigration policies of this administration are forcing highly skilled talent to seek opportunities outside of the U.S. and have left businesses across the country without workers they need and our communities depend upon. And the indiscriminate slashing of our libraries, medical research centers, NIH, the National Science Foundation, have forced our scientific progress backwards. At the same time, your public comments about the state of the economy suggest you don't even understand the severity of the damage that you're causing. For example, for months, despite every indication to the contrary, you've suggested the U.S. dollar is not weakening, but instead that currencies of other countries are growing stronger. This might be more credible if the dollar hadn't weakened against gold most of all. That's akin to suggesting our sea levels aren't rising, that the land is shrinking. Demand for treasuries is weakening, and the markets aren't buying what you're selling. The only time the markets have reacted positively is when the administration is in retreat from key policy areas. I want to say, given your successful past, isn't this embarrassing?
Is there a question there, sir?
There's a question. Isn't this embarrassing?
Oh, it isn't embarrassing. Well, I'm sorry, Congressman, but you seem not to have seen the economic data. The GDP growth has been quite substantial. Job growth is solid.
GDP growth is half what it was last year, sir.
The job growth is solid, And we had
Job growth is a third what it was all last year, sir.
No. And private sector job growth especially. And if you'd like to talk about inflation, would you?
The inflation has been coming down. Just the inflation is good so far. We will see every economic thing I read, which is much every day, suggests the impact of the tariffs is not hit yet.
Well, why don't we look at the data rather than the hysteria, which is how I made my career.
Let me move on. You like to use the phrase strategic uncertainty as a justification for the tariff mess, pretending that the erratic policies have been the result of a clever, thoughtful plan, which is impossible to believe. There's a common assertion with these tariffs that I'm struggling to understand. The committee just passed a reconciliation bill to explode the deficit by almost $3 trillion. The president tells us that's just fine because according to the CBO, if all of his tariffs policies remain in place, we're going to see $2.8 trillion in new taxes from the tariffs. You used that number earlier today over the next 10 years. But here's my question. If you're supposedly cutting all these deals, 90 deals in 90 days, and the president's going to retain the power to adjust tariffs on a whim, how can we be reasonably expected that those $2.8 trillion in new tariff revenues are going to be real? Isn't this just one more example of how the lack of a plan is going to lead to an explosion in the nation's debt? How do you have your cake and eat it too? Well, you claim the tariff revenue is going to offset the increase in debt, and yet you also say you're going to get rid of that tariff revenue by negotiating 90 new deals.
Well, Congressman, two things. It sounds like you're questioning the CBO because that's a CBO score, not my number.
You used it today.
Yeah, but it's the CBO score. So if you want to use CBO, let's use CBO. They're claiming $2.4 trillion in new debt, and they're also saying 2.8 in tariff income. Even in Washington math, that's plus 400 billion.
That does miss the 500 billion in new interest on the debt, which takes it up to 3 trillion. But
So
finally,
you don't agree with the CBO either.
in my 45 seconds, your counterpart, Secretary Lutnick, recently declared on television that Trump's president's tariffs are not going away, quote unquote, even with your deal on China that you announced. Secretary Lutnick was asked by Senator Kennedy if he'd accept a deal that removed trade barriers for places like Vietnam, and he gave an answer that was frankly all over the place and difficult to understand. We're less than a month away from Liberation Day Part 2. Very few of the trade deals have been announced yet. I think most people in Congress and around the world would like to know what's going on. Should America be preparing for Liberation Day 2.0? Should we what do we plan for July 9th and July 2nd?
I would say, as I have repeatedly said, that there are 18 important trading partners. We are working toward deals on those, and it is highly likely that those countries that are negotiating or trading blocs, as in the case of the EU, who are negotiating in good faith, we will roll the date forward to continue the good faith negotiations. If someone is not negotiating, then we will not.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the Democrats and the left continue to say that this is just a tax cut for
Republican
billionaires.
Congressman
So
Greg Stubbe of Florida now with Scott Bessent live on Bloomberg.
Sir, as we saw last time, the impetus or the higher collections were on the upper bracket. So the top 10%, the top 1% pay more. If I weigh 200 pounds and my sister weighs 100 pounds, which is approximately right, and we both lose 10% weight, then I lose 20 pounds and she loses 10. So they prefer to speak in absolute rather than percentages. So the percent increase, as the Congressman Arrington said earlier, that we went from approximately the top 10% paying 38% to 45%. So it's a very loud talking point that lacks all logic.
And so who would be hurt the most if Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expires?
As I've said, a sudden stop in the economy always hurts the working Americans. So the bottom 50% of wage earners would be hurt by far the most, as they always are. And on the other side, they will be helped the most, as they were during the first Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The working Americans did better. The minority households did better. Working households saw a substantial increase in their household net worth compared to the household net worth increase of the top 10%. So again, in percentage terms, which is what matters, and Congressman, what also matters is how much do Americans keep? What is the return? Because we just experienced this great inflation. The statistics said that inflation was 21%. The goods basket for most Americans, because it includes the cars, insurance, groceries, was in excess of 30%. So that inflation, they're still trying to recover from this affordability crisis. And as I said earlier, there are two ways to recover from that. Lower the prices, which we're working hard to do. Gasoline prices are down substantially. Or have real wage increases, which we believe that this bill will drive.
Well, that's not even touching on if we did not pass this bill, the increase on small businesses by the 199A deduction going up by almost 20%, the impact that would have on small businesses in our country.
Exactly, Congressman. And as I've said many times, and I get somehow my friends on Wall Street accuse me of being a redistributionist when I say Wall Street's done great. It's time for Main Street to do great. Wall Street can still do fine. Both can do well together, but it is Main Street's time. Main Street is driven by small business. We are working on regulations. I have probably met, including conferences, over 300 small and community bankers to try to stop this regulatory noose that is around them so that they can grow the economy.
So the One Big Beautiful Bill had strong language blocking the use of ESG metrics in federal contracting and finance. How is Treasury ensuring that woke corporate activism is no longer subsidized or promoted with taxpayer dollars?
We have taken out all language at Treasury. We are looking at it in all contracts, and we are looking for the best outcomes. I think if you were to look at the CHIPS Act, which the Democrats thought was a great success, that there were so many woke bells and whistles in that it was impossible to get the money out the door by the Commerce Department during the tenure of the Biden administration.
In the little time I have left, President Trump has made clear that U.S. trade policy must put America workers first. How is Treasury working with USTR and other agencies to ensure that financial and trade policy is aligned with the America First agenda?
We work every day on that, and we are trying to, these trade deals or this trade situation did not happen overnight. It's happened over 20 or 40 years. As I said earlier, I agree with President Trump that I'm not blaming the countries. They got away with it. It was the administration, Congress, who let them get away with it. So we are pushing back on high tariff countries, non-tariff trade barriers, which could include things like local content requirements, currency manipulation, and then, as in the case of China and many other countries, subsidies to industry and labor.
Thank you for your time today. I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary,
Live
thank you for
from
joining
Capitol
us
Hill,
today.
testimony with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent live before the House Ways and Means Committee. About 3 hours into the conversation here, having been in London late last evening for U.S.-China trade talks, and he's not done. He's going to be testifying in the other chamber again around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg TV and Radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington as we bring you a different sort of balance of power today from Washington with a series, Kaylee, of conversations that we're going to have coming up from World Headquarters in New York. Interesting, though, to hear from Scott Bessent talking about a range of issues, not only the U.S.-China trade deal reconciliation, but potentially becoming the Fed chair, which has been a big talker over the last couple of hours here in Washington. He says he wants to keep his job through 2029.
Yeah, he likes what he's doing, though he did note, of course, whatever the president asks is something he would consider. But interesting to hear from him, not on that alone, not on China alone, but other subjects as well, including the cooler than expected CPI data that we got today, questions of the deficit and the debt ceiling timing, which he's saying is mid to late summer, couldn't get more specific than that. And of course, was asked a question or two related to Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency as well. Wide-ranging testimony, but of course, as Joe pointed out, it does come after his return literally just last night or early this morning from London, having spent hours and hours in negotiations over 2 days with his colleagues from the administration, Howard Lutnick and Jameson Greer, and Chinese counterparts, resulting in a deal that President Trump on True Social today is done, subject to final approval between President Xi and me, in which Beijing will be supplying rare earth magnets immediately. So as we consider this landscape between the U.S. and China and how it impacts investment, we go now to our colleague in New York, Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu, who's joined by a very special guest, Jim Chanos, president and founder of Chanos & Company. Scarlett.
Thank you so much, Kaylee and Joe. Really appreciate your joining us today, Jim, on set here at Bloomberg World Headquarters. Kaylee and Joe were talking, of course, about Scott Bessent testifying before the House Ways and Means Committee. And of course, this comes on the heels of 2 days of China-U.S. trade talks in which President Trump has declared a done deal. He talks about the U.S. imposing 55% tariffs on China and China imposing 10% on us. You are a longtime China bear. You've been monitoring the economy's transition from export and investment-led to one that's consumption-led. You also teach at Yale Management School of Business. What kind of grade would you give this trade deal, this so-called trade deal?
I'd give it a temporary incomplete so far because we don't have all the details yet. And it doesn't seem to be a whole lot different from where we were, not too long ago. So I think we need to see, as always in these things, the devil's in the details, and so we'll have to see what goes on. But as I mentioned before we went on the air, it does appear that China ended up holding some cards after all.
Yeah, you're referring, of course, to rare earths and magnets, and it turns out that China does have a lot of leverage over that in terms of whether it allows licenses for export and how quickly it allows shipments, and this is something that industry had pressed President Trump on. Is this going to be a cudgel that Beijing continues to hold over the U.S.?
I mean, obviously, we're going to try to diversify and increase our sources of strategic metals and rare earths. I think the administration's been clear about that. But the fact of the matter is, Scarlett, I don't think the market ever really believed that the most onerous of tariffs was ever going to go in. I mean, even though the market was down 20% at one point at its worst day to day, I think on a daily close 12% in April. Earnings estimates for the S&P never really dropped that much. They've flattened out, but they didn't collapse. And so the market has been kind of looking through all this for a while now.
Yeah, well, one stock that did move a lot, of course, is Tesla. And as a longtime skeptic of Tesla, I'm curious to get your take on the very public breakup between Elon Musk and President Trump. Musk is now saying that he has some regrets over his comments, and he also says that they went too far. Does this drama change Tesla's narrative or prospects in any material way?
Yeah, it was all at the end of the day a big never mind, right? Look, I think that depending on how this all came about, and there's all kinds of stories, and who knows, certainly everyone is going to tell their side of the story. The fact of the matter is, it does look like the legislation, with a lot of benefits for EVs and solar, is going to change that dynamic dramatically. And that does have a material effect on Tesla's businesses, both in the auto credits for their customers, $7,500 each, the so-called ZEV credits, the emissions credits that they sell for cash, that looks like it may be going away. And then a variety of possible IRA credits and certainly solar credits for their Solar City subsidiary. So there's a lot for them to lose in the House legislation. It may change with the Senate and with compromise, we'll have to see. But when we get past all the personal stuff and kind of all the craziness from last Thursday, there's some real impact in the legislation. And it doesn't appear that the White House is backing down on that.
Right, right. I mean, Elon Musk and his executives over at Tesla have also been promoting videos showing a driverless Tesla on the streets of Austin. And of course, that's a hint that their robo-taxi launch will move forward, I believe, at the end of this month. Does that remove some of the concern about the legislation that takes away some of those tax credits and tax benefits that Tesla has enjoyed?
Well, I mean, I think almost everyone at this point agrees that the company is not being valued for just its auto operations. It would be trading at $30 or $40 a share, not 300 and something. So the two pillars or three pillars that it rests on are autonomous driving, related robo-taxis, and then the Optimus robot line. And so everything has to go right for those valuations to play out. We'll see. I mean, robo-taxi, yesterday there were images of a robo-taxi in Austin, but what no one talked about was the trailer car right behind it. So
I did see that.
So does that mean there's two cars for every robo-taxi? And there was a driver in the second car. And so, I mean, and the cost model for this, people are using absurdly low numbers for the cost per mile, not understanding the cost for redundancy and safety, as well as self-insurance and a lot of other costs that aren't in people who are bullish in their models. So we'll have to see. And as for autonomy, I mean, full level 4, level 5 autonomy, I mean, they've been promising it for 10 years now. But they're still at level 2, just like everybody else. I maintain by 2030 or so, every car is going to have level 4 or 5 autonomy. It's going to be a standard feature, like cruise control is now, or anti-lock braking. So I think, at that point, you're then kind of relying on the robots.
Let's talk a little bit about that bullish environment you just mentioned. You've called the post-COVID market euphoria the golden age of fraud. And we've seen the S&P 500 have that gigantic drawdown in April, but it's now right back to within about 2% of its record high. On top of that, you've got a White House that has been shattering norms and continues to do so, and it plays loosey-goosey with laws and rules. How would you characterize the environment now?
Well, I mean, so Wall Street has been a center for this kind of activity in terms of stuff that I think crosses the line, i.e. the golden age of fraud. We now have a bipolar world because Washington, D.C. is also a center for it. Look, I think that this bull market is going to go until, it doesn't. I keep telling people we're going to need to fill every last bull, and Wall Street will do it. They took a good shot at it in 2021 with the advent of SPACs and NFTs and meme coins, and we're going to see that happen again, going forward. Issuance is already starting to increase dramatically. We're seeing a big pickup in insider sales, particularly in the companies we cover. So executives are selling to retail investors, which is not a good sign. And the SEC and regulators and others have taken generally a very, to be charitable, laissez-faire approach to the markets, where people can say almost anything they want. There's no downside to it. And the use of pro forma metrics, which I've been talking about for years now, it just gets worse by the year.
So it sounds like, and I want to connect the dots to the White House as well here, because when the president is issuing meme coins and hosting dinners for the meme coins buyers, there's got to be a spillover effect into the business culture. Does it just give companies that are inclined already a free pass to engage in more questionable behavior?
Yeah, except that meme coins aren't securities. At least that's been the ruling so far, right? And stocks and bonds are. And there are rules for saying things about stocks and bonds that don't necessarily apply to crypto. And so I see that the administration has very wisely stayed within that boundary of embracing crypto and get-rich-quick schemes, for lack of a better term, in crypto. But it's where people cross the line and start making promises about stocks and bonds that I'm concerned. That's my world, and I see just a lack of oversight there.
All right, let's dive a little bit deeper into your world then. You no longer manage outside capital, but you do manage your own funds and you advise clients, Chanos and Companies, a family office, and an advisory. And a new idea that you've just disclosed, a new short idea, is Carvana, CVNA.
Yeah.
The stock is up about 66% so far this year. It's made a round trip back to a 4-year high. It's a used auto retailer, which is a pretty straightforward business. Why do you call it a misunderstood story then?
So this is a revisit. We were short this stock successfully in 2022 and 2023, and covered, and now it's back. I joked the other day that, you know, investors on the long side look for that 100-bagger. We do too for companies that are already up 100x, and Carvana is basically up almost 100x from its lows in 2022 and 2023. So it's completely round trip back to where it was in 2021. But people have perceived it as a secular growth story. It's cyclical. Their revenues dropped year over year in mid 2023 from selling cars down over 30%. Units dropped. They came back. But what really has us going is a couple of things. First is the accounting. We love bad accounting. And this is a company that is now generating, over the latest 12 months, about 70% of their operating profit is coming from gain on sale of subprime loans. So they're originating subprime loans and selling them immediately for gains. And this is something that the chairman of the company, you know, is very familiar with, Ernie Garcia II. He started with a company called Ugly Duckling in the 90s that got into trouble for its subprime lending. It then became Drive Time, and Drive Time is the ex-parent of Carvana. So there's a history here. But that amount of income coming from sale of subprime loans is staggering. And you should not be putting an enormous multiple on this, 50, 60, 70 times. On top of that, two other things that are kind of new to the story. Number one is the short interest has collapsed. It was one of the most shorted stocks in 2023. And now the short interest is back to multi-year lows as a percent of outstanding. So the other bears have given up. And number two, we've seen a dramatic increase in insider selling, something we just talked about, in May and June in the shares of Carvana. So the last time we saw this type of selling, the stock also was getting ready to go down dramatically.
Yeah, so that's another red flag in the last couple of days due to your call to go long Bitcoin and short MSTR strategy. Michael Saylor, the CEO of Strategy, spoke with us yesterday on Bloomberg Crypto. Here's what he told us about your trade.
You know, I don't think he understands what our business model is. We're actually the largest issuer of Bitcoin-backed credit instruments in the world. So last week, we just raised $1 billion by selling a preferred stock, non-cumulative, called Stride. That means we basically borrowed money that we never have to pay back, that we pay a dividend on, but we could suspend the dividend if we needed to. So Jim has been thinking that we somehow needed to sell the equity. So at the end of the day, if he's lucky enough to short the stock below 1 times NAV, we're going to issue the preferreds, buy back the stock, and make money for our shareholders. If the stock trades at a weak premium, we're just going to sell the preferreds. And if the stock rallies up, he's going to get liquidated and wiped out. What he still doesn't understand is we're not a holding company or a closed-end trust. We're an operating company. So when we issue, trust can't leverage the Bitcoin. They can't issue preferred shares. They can't issue permanent shares of equity at a premium. We can.
Jim, your response?
Yes, I always love it when management say, well, he just doesn't understand our business. Michael Saylor is a wonderful salesman, but that's what he is. He's a salesman. And what he's selling investors is the concept that you give me your money and I'm just going to go buy Bitcoin. And hopefully the value of my stock trades at a premium to the value of that Bitcoin. And so as long as I can keep doing that, I generate value. And this is, of course, I called it financial gibberish because on top of that, he also said in your interview, he said, the company should not just be valued on the basis of the Bitcoin holdings, but on a multiple of the profits that accrue from when I do this financial alchemy. And I pointed out on social media, I said, well, that's akin to saying, well, my house that rose in value from $450,000 to $500,000 last year is not worth $500,000. It's worth $1.5 million because it's worth the $500,000 plus a 20 multiple on the $50,000 increase. And of course, that's absurd. But that's the claim he's making. On top of that, he's basically now saying that well, I'll sell preferred, not common, to dilute the shareholders and compress the premium. And let me just interject really importantly here. I'm actually doing what he is advocating, right? I am selling MicroStrategy securities to buy Bitcoin. Let's be clear, it's a hedge trade. I don't know where Bitcoin is going to go.
And it doesn't matter to you, actually.
Well, it doesn't matter. The premium compressing matters to me. And so it's important to understand that in 2024 and 2025, mostly at the end of 24 and 25, MicroStrategy has sold $35 billion roughly of securities, $33 billion in common and convertible into common, and $2 billion in preferred, most recently. The market for the preferred stock that he's selling is tiny relative to common. Let's be clear about that. And in his own words that you just played back, he makes a case that you have to be crazy to buy these preferreds, right? He's going to pay you a dividend, maybe. It's not redeemable. It's perpetual. And if I don't pay the dividends, they're not cumulative. I don't have to pay the back dividends. So, who in their right mind institutionally would buy these preferreds?
That's my question. Do you think there's always going to be buyers for these preferreds, especially if Bitcoin starts to trend lower or go materially lower?
And again, he said, well, if the stock trades below a 1 M multiple to MNAV, we call it, Chanos, I'll just buy back my common. I can assure you, if it trades below 1, I will have covered my short.
Is there a catalyst, though, or a certain set of conditions that would drive the premium down to collapse?
The catalyst is Michael Saylor. He's been selling equity to himself, compress the NAV. And I would point out, I posted something just yesterday as well, that for all of this, the premium to NAV that MicroStrategy has averaged has been right around the levels we are today, about 1.8. We put this trade on and advise clients somewhere between 2.2 and 2.3. But it's traded at 1, and it's traded as high as 3.5.
Where do you think it should be?
It should be at 1. I mean, I just think because for all the advantages he claims, you have what we call agency risk in finance. You have the fact that he could do something to the detriment of shareholders, and of course, we're not calculating any deferred taxes in our NAV, which theoretically there would be if he sold Bitcoin.
So the other argument that people make is that the average MicroStrategy shareholder is not a tourist. These are diehards who eat downside volatility for breakfast. That's what they say on social media.
Yeah.
How long are you prepared to wait for this trade to play out?
You have to stop listening to all social media, Scarlett, because if you do a simple calculation of share turnover, how often does MicroStrategy turn its share base over? The last we looked, it was something like 4 weeks. So the average MicroStrategy share trades every 4 weeks. That's not a long-term investor. This is one of the most actively traded speculation vehicles in the market.
So there are other companies that are following MicroStrategy's approach, right? The Bitcoin treasury strategy overall. GameStop, DJT, the president's media company. Does that mean that there are comparable big short opportunities for those specific names as well?
Well, you're pointing to another catalyst. So the catalyst is this is a Me Too trade, right? There are other companies can do it. There's nothing proprietary about Michael Saylor's business model, right? He's simply buying Bitcoin, which is a highly liquid asset that trades everywhere. So yes, other companies have now looked at this and said, we can do this too, and we can issue equity to become a Bitcoin treasury company. And the more and more supply we're going to see, the less and less premium anybody's going to have.
Jim, I'm going to wrap this up and ask you one final question to kind of put everything in perspective. Are the economy and stock market as strong as they seem to appear? You've got a resilient consumer, you've got tame inflation, you've got stellar profits, and you've got stocks near record highs.
Yeah, I mean, everything looks good. I think that valuations are back up to their high levels. And what we're keeping our eye on, again, is issuance. We're looking at supply. I always keep joking that Wall Street has a printing press, too, and the printing press is starting to gear up.
It's whirring away. All right, Jim Chanos, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. President and founder of Chanos & Company. Kelly and Joe, I'll send it back to you in D.C.
All right, Scarlett Fu, thank you so much. Joined for a wide-ranging conversation by Jim Chanos. Pretty incredible to have him and Michael Saylor back-to-back on 2 days here on Bloomberg Television and radio, but of course his remarks going well beyond Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy. Also interesting to hear from him on Elon Musk, who I believe he just described as one big never mind after Elon Musk's post on social media that he regrets some of his previous posts about President Trump. They went, to use his words, too far.
They're making up, it seems. At least the president received the comments well and said he was pleased to hear that from Elon Musk. I don't know if they're going to end up in the Oval Office again together anytime soon. We're watching Wall Street as we get ready for another conversation that we're going to be bringing you here on Bloomberg with the Chief Financial Officer at General Motors. Kaylee, the markets have been keeping an ear on Scott Bessent in testimony, and it looks like we're getting a bit of a lift. So we want to check in with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York for an update on the markets here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Charlie, how's it look?
Right now, the equity market is moving higher. A fourth month of surprisingly benign inflation drove bond yields down. Wall Street investors seeing greater leeway for the Fed to cut rates should trade friction slow the economy. Right now, we have got the S&P higher by just about 13 points. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 225, now up 0.5. NASDAQ up 27. That was a gain of 0.1%. The 10-year, 4.40%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.95%. The Consumer Price Index, excluding food and energy, increased 0.1% from April. Again, the 10-year, 4.41%. Gold, a little changed right now, up $1 the ounce, 33.24. Crude is surging 2.9%, 66.85 for a barrel of WTI, and Bitcoin down 0.2%. Bitcoin right now 109,974 on Bitcoin. MicroStrategy, a stock we were just talking about, down 0.5%. A headline from the Bloomberg: Amazon to reorganize its grocery business, and according to the Insider, Amazon shares right now down 0.8%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 0.2%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power continues, and once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, Charlie. We'll get back together here in a couple to see how the trading day is progressing here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew, indeed, alongside Kaylee Lyons, as we bring you a slightly different series of conversations today, sticking in New York. And a great pleasure to bring in our colleague, Matt Miller, who sits down with the Chief Financial Officer, Executive Vice President of General Motors. Matt, take it away.
Yeah, Joe, Kaylee, thanks very much. And I also have to say, it's great to be on my favorite show on Bloomberg TV. So I watch Balance of Power every day, and it's really cool to take part in it. Paul, we're talking to you. I'm normally focused on automaking as a business. It's now very closely related to the kind of stuff that Joe and Kaylee talk about every day because of the tariffs. You've announced a $4 billion investment, or plans to invest $4 billion over the next 2 years, bringing production back to America. This is essentially what Donald Trump is pushing for. This is what he wants companies to do, and now you're actually making it work. How much is this going to offset the $5 billion worth of hits GM is expected to take from the tariffs?
Well, Matt, first of all, thanks for having us. I think, this announcement that we made is worth much more than just the tariff side of it. The tariffs are obviously a piece of it as we're reacting to the new dynamic that's going to be out there. And it'll offset a good bit of it. So we'll move about 300,000 units of production. Some of it is new production and incremental. Some of it is a shift, but re-optimizing our manufacturing footprint and taking advantage of some underutilized capacity in the U.S. But it's also about, creating security for our people. You look at the Orion plant, we would tailor that to produce and scale EVs really fast. The market has obviously changed and pivoted a little bit. This gives us an opportunity to reallocate that plant, better utilize it for internal combustion engines on trucks and full-size SUVs, where we know the demand is really strong for them. And that's great for our utilization, our efficiency, as well as for our consumers and our people as well. So it's about more than just tariffs, but with this will be about 2 million vehicles produced in the U.S. for the U.S., and we're continuing to make those investments.
I bought a Silverado ZR2 a couple of years ago. Mine came out of Mexico. You're going to be moving most of that production, I guess, to the U.S., right? Most Sierra production to the U.S. Equinox production, does that come mostly to the U.S. too? What are we seeing in terms of the models that are moving out of Mexico?
Yeah, we'll have Equinox ice production in Spring Hill. In Fairfax. Spring Hill is going to be the Blazer. But Fairfax is going to be another great implementation of where we're going to be able to produce ICE and EVs on the same production line, creating that flexibility for us to be able to respond to consumer demand as it continues to grow.
Have you changed sourcing for any of the parts? Because it's not obviously just about the final assembly with these vehicles. There's a ton of content, and you want to have that, I guess, as much domestically sourced as possible as well to save on costs.
Well, I think, with what the administration has set up here with the MSRP offsets is giving us time to help retool our supply chain. So incentivizing growth in production in the U.S., recognizing that the supply chain takes time to shift. So we're going to continue to work with our supply base to try to maximize the efficiencies across the entire value chain and utilize those offsets where we need to and shift production where it makes sense and where we're able to.
I should say to save on tariff costs, because you obviously source a lot of these parts outside of the U.S. Because the actual production costs are lower. How much higher is it, how much more expensive is it to build a part like an engine or a transmission to assemble a truck in the U.S. than it is, say, in Mexico?
Well, it's far more complex than that, Matt, because, I mean, there's obviously the hourly labor differential, and that's a big piece of it. But we can save money in logistics. We can save money in plant utilization and filling up capacity. So when you fill up a plant, it actually makes it more efficient for every vehicle out there, not just the ones that you're moving production into. So we look at that as an enterprise-wide calculation and think we can get to an equivalency where ultimately we can be competitive with producing in the U.S. as well.
One of the things that you can produce fewer of in the U.S. is magnets, the rare earth minerals that we've all learned much more about than we ever expected to in the last week or so. How is your access to those rare earths right now? Because there's concern that production in a lot of U.S. Factories could slow.
Yeah, we haven't experienced any slowdown as of yet. It's clearly a risk that everybody is watching from that standpoint. But what I would say is our supply chain team does an excellent job, similar to what they did through the chip crisis, semiconductor shortage that we had a few years ago. Our team did a great job of responding, maintaining agility, working with our suppliers to try to balance production as best we can. And they've done a great job so far with this situation as well.
What is your thought on any kind of vertical integration? I mean, the concern or the problem, I guess, with rare earths isn't just the mining, but also the refining of them is mostly done in China. Have you tried to convince suppliers to do more of that here? Are you trying to get your own supply here?
We've done a number of initiatives, whether it's with Lithium Americas or a joint venture with POSCO around a lot of battery raw materials, particularly the lithium side, which is a little bit easier to do and a little bit less capital intensive. But we've helped fund that. We've taken equity positions. We've helped to fund products and projects across the board. But we've been working on this for a long time, really since COVID, is trying to increase the resiliency of our supply chain, both from a pandemic, from just a de-risking perspective, and we're in a pretty good situation with where we are. We still have some work to do, but there's a lot of things that we can do thinking creatively with our partners.
What are you thinking about prices right now? You obviously raise prices on a regular basis, right? If we're not experiencing deflation, you're going to try and stick with the pack there. Are you facing pushback from consumers when you try and raise prices?
Well, our portfolio has performed really, really well, and we've adopted a strategy of being very disciplined in our production, not overproducing like some of the challenges of the past, and that's a strategy that's worked for us. We announced on our earnings call about 6 weeks ago that we don't need to take any price to help with the offset initiatives that we've targeted going forward, because we want to be in the position where we're responding to demand from our customers and being more stable. We don't want to raise prices because of tariffs, and then when tariffs come down, expect that prices are going to come back down. We want to be more consistent with our customer base, and that's a strategy that's worked really well for us.
Can you do it in other ways through MSRP? I mean, some manufacturers are raising maybe delivery price. You can also raise the price of options packages and still keep MSRP level.
Well, again, we haven't done anything specific to respond to tariffs. We've looked at where packages are for options, where our logistics costs are, et cetera, and we try to price what we can. But that's irrespective of tariffs, and it's something that we've done. I think when you look at our pricing model over the last few years, it's been more consistent than many of our competitors with less volatility and discounting, and that's good for our customers as well. So we're going to continue to do that across the board where we can and make sure that we're delivering value for our customers.
The bean counters at Bloomberg Intelligence want me to ask questions about cash flow here and how that looks right now with the tariff effect. You've had obviously great sales, as I guess some demand is pulled forward. Do you have to divert some cash, though, to deal with tariffs from anything else?
Well, I mean, clearly in the short and intermediate term, tariffs are going to be a drain on our cash flow. We announced about $4 to $5 billion of impact this year, and we think we can offset about 30% of it going forward. But that is going to be a cash hit. Now, when you look at the performance of the company, our cash flow generation has been really strong. It'll continue to be really strong even after the tariffs, and we're going to work to continue to drive that efficiency. But we've got to create that stable cash flow across the board because this is still a cyclical industry, and we need to be able to absorb these shocks. And I think the team's done a really good job of managing and being disciplined in order to continue to drive strong cash flow, even in the face of some of these short to intermediate term hits.
What are you expecting in terms of SAR? Because we've had pretty strong sales numbers over the past couple of months. I think upwards of 17.3 million. Does that continue through the rest of the year?
No, we don't expect it to. We would love to see that happen, but you know what we said about 6 weeks ago is we're planning for a year of about 16 million units, which is similar to last year. In April and the first half of May, we were trending much closer to 18 million, as we saw a lot of customers trying to get ahead of what they expected to be price increases. We've seen that come out over the last couple of weeks, but it's really retreated back to where it was before that pull-ahead demand. So we're encouraged by the fact that that consistent demand is still there, and that's going to be important for us as we continue to push forward. But if we see a slowdown, we'll have to adjust to it and make sure that we create that agility that we have really come to be known for over the last few years. But right now, the customer seems pretty stable, even though we've seen that pull-ahead demand come out.
You've had the best margins of the big three, enjoyed, I think, 8.5% margins or thereabouts. Does it hang at that level through 2025?
Well, obviously, the tariffs are going to be an operating hit to us going forward, which is why we're focused on making sure we take actions quickly. There were a number of actions that we already took. We called them no regrets actions, where we increased the line rate in Fort Wayne to build more trucks in the U.S., et cetera. Here, we're taking the next step of deploying capital to increase that production. These are steps that we think are necessary for us for the long term to be able to drive that type of consistent margin performance that we want to be known for.
I want to ask about the shares as well as your free float. It's gotten pretty small. How much further can you go with buybacks?
Well, I mean, we're going to continue to follow our disciplined capital allocation policy. The first thing we do is reinvest in the business. That's a capital budget of about $10 to $11 billion. We just announced last night that that'll be $10 to $12 billion for 26 and 27, reflecting a little bit of additional spend for what we're doing. The second is we prioritize the balance sheet. The balance sheet's been as strong as it's been in decades, with a pension fund that's nearly fully funded and debt that's very manageable. And then the third leg of that stool was returning cash to shareholders. So we reinstated the dividend a couple of years ago, and we've been deploying that cash to return to our shareholders to make sure that all the constituencies benefit from the success that we've been having, our employees, our customers, and our shareholders.
Paul, it's been great having some time with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much
for joining us here at
time.
7:31. Lex, with that, Joe and Kaylee, I'll toss it back to you in Washington.
All right, Bloomberg's Matt Miller. Thank you so much. Great to have you here on Balance of Power. We appreciate Matt's interview and his fandom of the show. He, of course, joined there by Paul Jacobson, the CFO of General Motors, beginning the conversation specifically on the $4 billion that the automaker is planning to invest in its U.S. plants over the next 2 years, investments that will expand factories in Kansas, Tennessee, and in Michigan, specifically in Lake Orion, Michigan, which happens to fall in the congressional district of Republican Congresswoman Lisa McClain, the chair of the House Republican Conference, who is joining us now live from Capitol Hill on Bloomberg TV and radio. Chairman McClain, we appreciate your time. When we consider that GM says that these investments in aggregate will add between 3,000 and 4,000 U.S. jobs, how many of those are you expecting to be at home in your district?
Just a little over 2,300 jobs for Lake Orion. It is a huge investment for that community. We are extremely excited, and the economic impact that it's going to have is obvious, right? Not just with the Lake Orion plant, but right with the coffee shops and the new homes and all the money going back into the economy in Lake Orion, huge. But also it provides a lot of hope for our community in my district. And if I can just say, this isn't just another example of President Trump promises made, promises kept. He told you he was going to bring manufacturing back to America and jobs back to America. And thank you for bringing it back to my home state and my district in Lake Orion. So we're very excited.
Well, it's great to have you back, Congresswoman, and thanks for your patience. I know you were listening to that interview with the CFO at General Motors, and I want to just go a bit further into the labor picture here before we ask you some other questions about this. Michigan has an unemployment rate of 5.5%, and I wonder if you have the labor pool now, if this will require training, or there are unemployed workers from the business who can move right into these positions.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a combination of both, and I haven't seen all the details yet, meaning, you know, I don't think there's going to be 2,300 jobs that start tomorrow afternoon, so I think it's going to be a combination. I think we have the workforce, but I think we're going to have to do some investing and retooling, so to speak, on training of these jobs. But Michiganders are resilient. We have a good partner with GM. We have a good partner with the local officials in the local community of Lake Orion, that we're going to be able to get this done to make sure that we can get the plant up and running as soon as possible with skilled workers.
Well, and for all of the economic benefit that you are expecting from this investment, of course, part of the reason companies like GM are looking at more onshoring is because of the tariff regime the president has put into place. To what extent do you expect the positive economic effects of that might be offset by higher costs that could result from the said tariffs?
You know, the said tariffs are exactly what you said, the said tariffs. And I know there's a lot of uncertainty around right now, but they're not set in stone. So I think the tariffs, as I said many times before, is a negotiation tool to renegotiate our trade deals and bring manufacturing and jobs back to America. So I don't know what the effect is going to be. I believe that there could be a possibility that we see a reduction in the tariffs. I mean, look at the deal that we just, the president just signed with China, not to mention the other 80 countries that have come to the table to renegotiate trade deals. So I'm optimistic that it will offset a lot, but maybe there won't even be that much to offset, because the tariffs are being used effectively as a negotiation tool.
Yeah, we should note that we are waiting for that deal, the framework at least, that was announced to be formalized and approved by President Xi. But I know as well that you're crediting President Trump's trade policies here for this investment and the shift to the U.S. We know as well that General Motors is confirming that it has no plans to produce electric vehicles at the Orion plant. These are going to be gas-only vehicles following the retooling. Is that also a response to President Trump's approach, or is it a response to customer demand?
Well, I think you heard the gentleman on before Paul say it is a demand, right? I don't know that it's as much a retaliation or whatever words you use. I think it is more a reflection on the demand of what consumers want. President Trump, I don't think, cares what type of vehicle you drive, whether it's an electric vehicle or whether it's a gas-powered vehicle. He just wants the American people to be able to choose. And I think what you see from GM is without those subsidies, you're seeing the demand from consumers saying, hey, we prefer a gas-powered vehicle. You can still buy an electric vehicle, but the demand is for the ICE engines. And that's exactly how the free markets are supposed to work. Supply and demand should matter.
Well, we know Elon Musk has had some strong feelings around this whole conversation around EVs and those tax credits being rolled back, which may have inspired possibly, or at least fed into some of the social media posts we saw from him in recent days. Posts that he has since said went too far, according to his post from earlier today, that he regrets some of the things he said specifically about President Trump. And the New York Times just reporting, Chairwoman McClain, that Elon Musk did call Trump on Monday night before making that I regret post. But considering the things, in addition to commenting about Donald Trump specifically, that he's been railing against, or this one big beautiful bill that you have been advocating for vocally, is this an apology that you would accept? Do you think the president should?
Yeah, I think they are. Listen, the president is a very smart man, and Elon Musk is a very smart man. What did we think was going to happen when you have the most powerful man in the world and one of the richest men in the world? Is I think sometimes your emotions get the best of you, and they're both businessmen. They both care about the country and doing what's best. So I think this will be put to bed rather quickly, and actually it has been put to bed rather quickly. So I'm optimistic. Let bygones be bygones, and let's focus on what's best for the American people.
Well, does getting over this help passage of the reconciliation bill? I know it's coming back your way. Likely with changes in the Senate, Congresswoman, and there were concerns that some of the fiscal hawks might have been paying attention to Elon Musk, urging them to vote no.
Yeah, well, I think it doesn't hurt. Does it help? I think every little bit helps, right? And at the end of the day, I think we're going to get it back. I know the Senate is going to put their fingerprints on it. They've already told us they're going to put their fingerprints on it. My hope is that they don't change it too dramatically, because we have a very thin margin, and we worked for almost a year and had our family fights, family squabbles, family disagreements on this to put the best, most conservative package on the floor. So again, I'm optimistic that we'll get this done, hopefully by July 4th.
Well, and when we consider those Senate changes, we understand that Chairman Crapo in the Senate, who leads the Finance Committee, of course, is going to be briefing Republican senators about the changes he's looking to make this afternoon. Which one do you fear most that you've heard rumor of that could diminish the chances of it repassing in the House?
I hope they don't touch SALT too much. And the reason why I say that is because the SALT caucus, which we have here in the House and they don't have in the Senate for obvious reasons, they've been pretty dug in, and I'm not here to say they're right, I'm not here to say they're wrong, but they've been pretty dug in, and that was one of our biggest issues in the House. That just can't be touched. That would be the biggest, that'll be the biggest problem if they touch SALT, I believe. And Medicaid, obviously, which I don't think they're going to.
We've got our eyes on the New York, New Jersey, California delegations. Congresswoman, it's great to have you. And thanks again for being with us live from Capitol Hill. Lisa McClain is chairwoman of the House Republican Conference. And a great update there, real-time information, Kaylee. She picked SALT. Isn't that something as the answer? This is what's keeping them up at night right now.
Yeah, which is why the details of whatever Chairman Crapo has to say about the changes they're looking at are so important, considering senators, including the Majority Leader John Thune, have not been shy about saying that the Senate doesn't care at all about SALT, at least on the GOP side.
We've come around all together again for Matt Miller. I hope that he was listening to that. With Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. We're going to bring in Anna Wong coming up next, but first we want to check the markets. Let's get up to speed on Wall Street right now with the help of Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey,
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. CPI Wednesday, choppy trading right now. We got the Dow, the S&P, they both remain higher. NASDAQ just dipping lower right now. NASDAQ down 7, little change there, down under 0.1%. The S&P 500 index holding on to a 4-point gain right now. The S&P up under 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 177 on the Dow, a gain there of 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index, though, down 0.3%. 10-year 4.41%. The 2-year right now at 3.93%. A fourth month of surprisingly benign inflation driving bond yields down. Spot gold, little changed, 33.23 the ounce, down less than 0.1%. While crude is now surging 3.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude back above $67 a barrel, 67.05. Repeating an earlier headline, Elon Musk called President Trump Monday night before that regret post. That, according according to the New York Times. You'll recall in that post on X, Musk expressed regret over his recent post about President Trump, saying, quote, "They went too far." And just getting word that the U.S. Embassy in Iraq is preparing for an ordered departure. This is according to Reuters, which says the embassy in Iraq is facing heightened security risks. Again, developing story that we are keeping an eye on. Recapping, S&P up now by 1 point. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, looking at the market reaction to today's CPI data. Thank you so much. That data, of course, coming in cool for the fourth consecutive month, with underlying U.S. inflation rising just 0.1% in May. That was less than estimates as we look at that data at 8:30 a.m. and then the testimony that began at 10 a.m. and, by the way, is still going with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. This is something he seems to be pretty proud of today. He called this data specifically fantastic.
So this isn't Biden data anymore.
I guess not.
I guess that's right, though. He had the wind at his back when he walked into the Ways and Means Committee room. A good story to tell from the White House. Let's see if Anna Wong agrees. Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist joins us now live. Anna, is that the full story? Because the headline reads pretty well for this White House.
Well, so I think you can certainly see it glass half full like Bessent does. But what the signal is telling us from today's report is that consumers are beginning to see their income prospect dwindle. And that's why they're pulling back on traveling, on booking hotels, and on buying cars. Typically, in a economic slowdown environment, those two categories, cars and travel, are exactly the stuff that people first pull back on. So I think what this soft data is telling us, that the economy is slowing.
Well, so Anna, to expand on that a little further, are you suggesting basically that the data is not so much telling us that companies and businesses aren't passing on higher costs due to tariffs, but that they can't exercise that pricing power, that consumers are not going to be particularly tolerant of it?
So what it is that the firms actually have been passing through some tariffs. We noticed that appliances and some of the more tariff-exposed categories have been seeing a pickup in inflation. But more than offsetting that is this deflation in many travels sectors, such as airfares and hotels. So I think now is a good time to travel and book hotels if one has slack in their budget. But otherwise, I think this tariff pass-through that everybody has been waiting for is actually happening. And my team does scrape online prices. And those online prices are showing that in the next couple of months, home appliances like your toasters, microwaves are going to see a significant price increase.
Interesting. Anna, we're watching testimony continue with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, now approaching hour 4 before the House Ways and Means Committee. I don't know if this man ever sleeps. He's going to be talking later before the Senate as well. And speaking to what he has described as the economic benefits and the growth engine that would be this reconciliation bill, the president's big, beautiful bill, if passed. Listen to what he said about cutting red tape, and we'll have you weigh in.
The One Big Beautiful Bill will also incentivize unprecedented investment in U.S. manufacturing. The legislation will provide 100% expensing for new factories, as well as existing factories that expand operations and support Made in America. It will streamline burdensome permitting processes that often stand in the way of new manufacturing projects.
And when you combine the cutting of red tape, the permitting reform, along with the incentives, this is the kind of thing that the CBO, to the detriment of the White House, doesn't include in its scoring. Is he correct about what comes next?
I think there are some evidence to suggest that American firms are increasingly thinking about onshoring some manufacturing activities. ISM Manufacturing releases survey results twice every year, and it shows that many of the metallic firms and even apparels firms are thinking about increasing operations in the U.S. So surely there are some evidence pointing to that, and also the deregulation on energy prices will lower costs. But at the same time, we're seeing 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum, which are key inputs in building factories in the U.S. So what is the net impact? I think that's harder to quantify.
Well, and finally, Anna, I would like to ask you about the Fed because, of course, President Trump had some thoughts about what the Fed should do in the aftermath of this data today. He posted on Truth Social, CPI just out, great numbers, and reiterates his call for the Fed to lower 1 full point. I know you aren't in the camp that the Fed's getting ready to move 100 basis points, but does the data today make it potentially more likely we see a 25 basis point cut sooner than expected?
I don't think so, because what this data shows you is still the impact, net negative impact from the April Liberation Day tariffs. And the paradox of tariffs is that if they go really, really high, they could be deflationary because the pullback in income expectations is just so steep. And that's what we're seeing today. But the de-escalation in Geneva and thereafter has really bolstered the stock market. And we expect that in July CPI report, we're going to see a boost from financial easing of financial conditions, as well as those home appliances price increase that I was just telling you about.
All right, Anna Wong, we appreciate it as always. Our chief U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics joining us here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. And Joe, as we wrap up this hour of Balance of Power, we should note the Treasury Secretary is still going at it in the House Ways and Means Committee, about to hit 4 hours after his late night, early morning trip back from London trade negotiations. And when we come back to air later today at 5 p.m., he's still going to be testifying just in the other chamber because he has the Senate next.
Yeah, you'd think maybe they'd give him like a day off or something after that, but he had to leave the talks last evening to get on a plane. He said goodbye to Anne-Marie Hordern in London and showed up this morning in Washington. So we'll keep tabs if he makes more news on this. Of course, President is watching as well here, and we'll have more on the late edition. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yep, we'll get more takes on this economic data from the White House with Stephen Myron of the Council of Economic Advisors, and the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, will weigh in on oil prices as well. We have a big show coming up.
That's for sure.
So we'll see you then when we reconvene at 5 p.m. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg Television and Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Nora Melinda alongside my co-host, David Gura. We're both filling in for Tim Stenivek and Carol Masser, who are off today. Here's a setup at this hour on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. Stocks are climbing after U.S. inflation data rose less than forecast for the fourth straight month in a row. Now, uncertainty over global trade continues to impact corporate America's profit outlook. Some analysts are even warning that negative developments could reignite broad market volatility.
Well, still ahead, Jeffrey Gundlach, the CEO of DoubleLine, is going to be in conversation with Lisa Abramowitz. She's at the Bloomberg Global Credit Forum in Hollywood, California. We'll get to her in just a few minutes.
She'll also be speaking with Danielle Poley, the managing director of Oaktree Capital Management.
And the IPO market seems to be ticking up. Voyager Technology CEO Dylan Taylor is the firm's CEO. He's going to join us to talk about that firm's debut on the New York Stock Exchange. First here, let's get a check on the day's trade and top business stories with our very own Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Here's what's going on. We got the Dow higher right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 132. That is a gain of roughly 0.3%. S&P 500 index in the red right now, trading lower. We got the S&P down 3, little change there. The Nasdaq Composite Index lower by 44, decline of 0.2%. The 10-year currently yielding 4.41%, 4.41 on the 10-year. Fourth month of surprisingly benign U.S. inflation data. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold flat on the day, 33.24 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3.5% now, 67.24 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much to our very own Charlie Pellet. Now, underlying U.S. inflation rose in May by less than forecast for the fourth month in a row. Now, this print suggests that companies are largely holding back on passing on higher tariff costs to U.S. consumers. CPI, the Consumer Price Index, ticked higher by about 0.1% from the previous month, and that's according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Michael McKee is Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent, and he's joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week Daily Studio. So consumers, as it seems, Mike, are continuing to pay attention to what's coming out of Washington?
Consumers are continuing to pay attention, but this is a sort of happy surprise, I suppose, for the administration. I'm not sure how consumers feel about it. Now, gasoline prices, we know, have gone down for a couple months in a row, and the impact on the Consumer Price Index was exaggerated by the fact that they seasonally adjust the numbers. Gas prices, as we follow it on the AAA daily index, were down 1% during the month, but when they translate that into the CPI, they were down 2.8%. So that put a lot of weight down on the overall rate of inflation. But also food prices went up. And so food prices were up 0.4. So, you know, it's mixed news for the consumer at home. They're paying less to drive to the grocery store to pay more. The good news there for Donald Trump is that egg prices went down.
Well, that's great.
Let's stick with that and to borrow a phrase from Charlie Pellet, surprisingly benign data. How are we to interpret all of this? We've heard so much about the soft data, sentiment data, survey data, so much worry expressed in those metrics. You see this and you wonder, is this just not getting through to the way that consumers are actually buying goods and services?
There isn't a particular explanation for what happened in the month, but I think there are a couple of ones that make sense. One is that a lot of retailers were selling out of inventories. We pulled so much stuff in imports in January and February and March that they had bulging stock rooms and didn't have to raise prices. Another explanation is that for a lot of goods, it's possible that companies absorbed some of the cost in their margins because they didn't want to lose customers in case the tariffs went away. And we have really no idea what Donald Trump's doing even now. And so that's another reason as well. And then because they were just getting established. It's also possible that some companies just decided they weren't going to raise, some wholesalers decided they maybe were not going to raise prices. The bet of economists is that this is a 1 month thing, and we're going to see prices for June and July and onward go higher.
Well, Mike, you mentioned the presidential administration, and this morning, Vice President J.D. Vance joined President Trump in urging the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. And now we have U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent being floated as a potential Fed chair replacement. Now, we've got the Fed decision next Wednesday, coming up next week. What's the latest on rate cut expectations, and what's the energy like right now in Washington?
There's no rate cut expectation, certainly not for next week, and probably not for July as well, because, again, this is a 1 month thing. Tomorrow we'll get PPI. We'll see if there are wholesale price pressures building, and my guess is we'll see more there than we saw in CPI. But it doesn't matter who the president appoints to become chair. They're just one of 7 votes on the board and 19 votes overall on the committee. And the president, this president, can only appoint 2 members unless somebody dies or resigns before the end of his term. So he can't really change the composition of the board, and the board is going to stick to the Fed's strong belief in keeping prices under control. So I don't think anybody's going to be able to come in and wave a wand and cut rates by a full percentage point. It wouldn't make any sense. Now, if the economy slows down, or even if the economy grows at a reasonable pace and inflation continues to go down, we could see rate cuts. That's the Chris Waller argument, the good news rate cut, as he calls it, by the end of the year. But the Fed's going to wait as long as possible to make sure that they're not reacting in the wrong direction too early.
On that note, you read a lot of notes from economists on Wall Street, elsewhere, as I do. Is there a consensus forming, as you see it, for when it's going to be long enough, when you think the Fed is likely to move?
The consensus is December, basically, at this point. Although the markets go back and forth, I don't put any stock in the Fed funds futures trading now, because every headline, every speech, every tweet from the White House moves those around.
It's more dynamic than it used to be.
Yeah, I don't think it tells you a whole lot. But the consensus of people who watch it is basically the Fed can wait until December under current conditions because they feel they're tight. So if inflation still hasn't gotten to 2%, they're in a pretty good place. If the economy slows down a lot, unemployment goes up, then they might have to cut rates sooner. But the question is really less about when they would move, but it's when they would have enough information to make a decision to move. And that probably doesn't come maybe until September, once we get the June and July numbers, and we see more of the effect of tariffs. And of course, the president's reciprocal tariffs, we don't know until July 9th is the deadline, is when the delay comes off. So even if we get some kind of new tariffs, then we still aren't going to have an effect for a couple of months.
Mm-hmm. Mike, super quickly, in about 20 seconds or less, how would you describe the U.S. consumer right now?
They're not as unhappy as the surveys would suggest, because we're still seeing them go out shopping. But I think they're worried about what could happen. They are backing off a little bit of that because there's been a lot of warnings from us and others about inflation and about the economy slowing down and the impact of tariffs, but none of that has really hit yet. And so until that does, probably they aren't going to change their behavior a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Our thanks, as always, to Mike McKee, Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent.
That was the latest on the economy. I want to turn now to the markets, and our colleague Lisa Abramowitz is in Hollywood, California. She's there for a conversation with Jeffrey Gundlach. We're going to talk to her in just a few moments here. She's been at the Bloomberg Global Credit Conference, which has been taking place there over the course of the day. Jeffrey Gundlach, of course, at DoubleLine, the CEO and the CIO of that company, known as Bond Market Royalty. Bond Market King, I think, was the name that he has enjoyed for a long while. But just a fascinating conference that's taken place, Nora, over the course of the day. We've heard some really big names in global credit.
Most definitely. I mean, it's a lot of big names that we've got going on over there. But I'm also looking at what's going on in markets today. I mean, I'm seeing markets that are mixed right now. We've got the S&P 500 down about 0.2%, NASDAQ down about 0.4%, and Dow up about 1%. 1/10%, excuse me.
As promised, our colleague Lisa Bromwitz, co-anchor of Bloomberg Surveillance in Hollywood, California, for a conversation with Jeffrey Gundlach, CEO and CIO of DoubleLine. Lisa, over to you.
Rearrange the outlook for credit investing more broadly. And I want to start there, considering the fact that you've talked about how the U.S. is going to go bankrupt and how it's on an unsustainable fiscal path. Are we seeing that priced in, or is there still a reckoning to come?
Well, it's certainly behaving differently than it was for the last 4 decades. I mean, what we've seen is in the last 15 years, there's been a number of corrections on the S&P 500. And in every single one of them, when the S&P goes down more than 10%, the dollar index, the trade-weighted dollar index goes up. This time, the dollar went down when the S&P 500 went down almost 20%. That's strange. Things are behaving differently. Usually when the Fed starts cutting interest rates, rates across the yield curve go down. The 10-year Treasury almost always goes up immediately following the first Fed rate cut, and then it keeps rallying for a while. This time, the 10-year yield went up, and the yield curve is steepening. So I think what we have is a recognition that the interest expense for the United States is untenable if we continue running a $2.1 trillion budget deficit and we continue to have sticky interest rates. One thing that people fail to appreciate is how much the average Treasury payment has gone up. The average yield, the average coupon on Treasuries was below 2%. The entire Treasury market, all 30-odd billion of it, you average it all together. Some of them are old, you know, they were issued with higher interest rates, but it was below 2%. Now it's pushing 4%. And as long as bonds are maturing, and there's trillions and trillions of dollars of them maturing, a lot of them were issued back in, 2009, 2008, these other time periods. Even if you just issued them in 2019, some of these are starting to come due. And they were issued with coupons of 0.25%. And now it's 4.25%, so it's 400 basis points higher. So this problem continues to build, and there's an awareness now that the long-term Treasury bond is not a legitimate flight to quality asset. It's not responding to lower interest rates. It's not really responding to an inflation rate, which is now 2.5%, probably going to go higher on the inflation rate because the ones that are rolling off from a year ago, I mean, the cumulative, I think, headline CPI that came out today was a 0.18, but the one that was rolling off, I think, was 0.1. And if you do the next 2 months, those 3 months together, that quarter, the cumulative rise from a year ago was 0.1. So we're likely seeing the low point in near-term inflation. So yeah, I think the reckoning is coming, is that we have to somehow figure out how we're going to deal with $37 trillion. I mean, we're actually going to hit the 37 trillion number for real. It's still 36.95 trillion, but it's going up quickly. So yeah, there's going to have to be some pretty creative thinking, and the market's starting to believe that. So the previous group talked about capital flows, and one of the reasons that the U.S. is underperforming at this point is so much money came into the United States since, say, 2015 or so, or 2005, and there was a net investment position. Foreigners were investing more in the U.S. than the U.S. was investing outside the country, to the tune of $3 trillion. That was about 15, 17 years ago. It's now over $25 trillion is the net investment position, and the dollar is falling. So it's not inconceivable that some of that $25 trillion that came in over just a couple of, not even 2 decades, could go out. And so this is a moment where finally you have the setup where non-U.S. investment, even if you're a dollar-based investor, you should be thinking about increasing your allocations to non-dollar investments. And it's already working. It's already working.
So there's so much to unpack there. I want to talk about the idea that there could be this 25 trillion or some of it that moves away from the U.S.
Trillion.
Right, exactly, whatever it is,
Yeah.
3 trillion. You're getting trillions of dollars moving out of U.S. assets.
Yeah.
how high or what kind of behavior do you have to see in the 30-year bond to like it again, given the fact that you've been very vocal
I've been
about
thinking
shorting
about
it?
this for a long time, and I've come to the idea that as the Fed eases, and when the economy really does weaken more, the Treasury rate will continue to go up at the long end. And so for now, we're very uninvolved in the long-term Treasury bond. But there will come a moment where you have to pivot because there's going to be a response. And I've got many ideas of what that response might be, but one of the leading candidates would be quantitative easing. So you get to a point where the rate is so uncomfortably high. What is that number? I'm going to guess 6%, where they say this is going to be something that we're going to be running a $5 trillion budget deficit with all this bond issuance when we go into a recession. And so they'll pivot. I believe this is a sensible idea. There's other ideas too, but the leading candidate is they will announce quantitative easing on buying long-term treasuries. And when they do, you have to very quickly, and hopefully you do it the day before they announce it, but we don't have access to the day before stuff. That's for the primary broker dealers. But you would need to buy long-term treasuries as much as you possibly could, because when that gets announced, it'll be just like when they announced buying corporate bonds in COVID, where all of a sudden the corporate bond market went from down 20 points to right back to where it started in just a matter of a few days. You could get a 20-point rally on the long bond if they announced that they're buying the long bond, because that would be a 100 basis point drop.
You said that if the Fed were to cut rates, that might cause a sell-off in 30-year treasuries.
It's already happening. They started cutting rates September of 2023, and the long bond has gone up in yield significantly since then, 100 basis points.
And you think that will happen again?
Why not? I mean, it's a paradigm shift. We have a tremendous paradigm shift that's going on, where money is not coming into the United States, where the long bond is not a flight to quality asset. Gold suddenly is the flight to quality asset. People, I think Costco is selling gold retail and they can't keep it in stock, and gold has gone from, it was living at $1,800 an ounce not very long ago, and once it broke above 2,000, it was just straight up. And now it's basically a third of 10,000, 3,333 and 33 cents it was actually when I looked at it yesterday. So I think gold is a real asset class. It's no longer for lunatic survivalists and wild speculators. It's viewed as an asset class, and central banks have been accumulating gold. Gold was stuck in the mud because for a decade or more, central banks were selling it down. They've bought it all back.
So you buy gold?
I've owned gold since it was $300, and I also own some gold miners personally. But they bought it all back. It's amazing. They sold it at like $300, $400, and they're buying it back at $3,000. See, central banks are not very good long-term investors.
Well, maybe they could use advice from you. One thing that we've been hearing about in a number of the panels this morning has been about the corporate debt market.
Yeah.
And one thing that I've gathered from talking with people at DoubleLine and reading your outlooks is that you've reduced your allocation to below investment grade credit.
Systematically over a 2-year period.
To the lowest level, I believe, since the inception of DoubleLine.
That's right. We have higher quality portfolios today relative to strategy style than any time. We run closed-end funds that are leveraged. We have the lowest leverage of all time. We had 45% leverage versus net assets, and in one of our funds we're at 7%. And we're there because we want to be a liquidity provider when you get paid to be a liquidity provider, and you're not now. The spreads are very uninteresting in the credit market. Just as the valuation of the S&P 500 is incredibly uninteresting. When we had the big sell-off in April, people were like, yeah, we were kind of asleep at the switch. The market was really overvalued. We really should have been thinking more cautiously. Well, it's more overvalued today because the S&P 500 is down 1 or 2%, and earnings estimates have been cut significantly. So if you look at the forward PE, it's higher now than it was at the all-time high back in February or early March.
So what are you sort of anticipating? What kind of
I anticipate a great buying opportunity. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's getting close. I feel that the environment feels a lot like 1999 relative to AI is just map over .com for AI. I also think it feels a lot like 2006, 2007. It's funny. One of the hardest things to do in the investment business is to learn and fully appreciate how long everything takes to happen. It takes forever for the problems to actually show up. It takes forever for the defaults to finally arrive. But people anticipate changes with great enthusiasm. So AI, of course, was embraced with great enthusiasm. Electricity was all the rage back in 1900 because people realized that electricity could change the world. And I think we can all agree electricity changed the world in ways that are bigger than AI will change the world, in my opinion. Electricity is like amazing. But there was a huge boom in electricity stocks in the first decade of the 20th century. But electricity stocks boomed so much that their relative performance peaked versus the stock market excluding electricity stocks in 1911. If you own electricity stocks, you've been underperforming the non-electricity stocks since 1911. That's a long time. And that's what happens. That happened with the dot-coms too. That was the 1999 thing. Sure, it turned out that some of those stocks were great investments, but that enthusiasm becomes very excessive. They see the possibilities, but it takes a long time for the possibilities to arrive. It's taking a long time for the tariffs to arrive.
So do you think that the tech stocks that have been outperforming are going to lag behind in terms of the 99 performance and sort of the corollary of all of the credit investments tied to the AI build out also?
Yeah, it's a momentum trade, and momentum trades always overshoot on the upside. And then once the momentum's broken, the latecomers decide that their first loss is their best loss, and it turns into a seller's market.
You talk about 2006, 2007, that's a credit event.
Mm-hmm.
And when we took that poll that my colleague Danny was pointing to, private credit seemed to be the spot where people expect defaults to really pick up.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Do you think that that's
Sure.
sort of the epicenter of some of the risk?
Sure. The private credit is analogous private credit today is analogous to the CDO market in the mid part of the OOs, where there's just tremendous issuance. There's tremendous acceptance. There's all kinds of, I was listening briefly to kind of the private credit-ish panel here, and there's a lot of phraseology that I heard that reminded me of CDO panels in 2006, 2007. Just complexity, illiquidity, I don't know, very large, tensions between investor classes. These things, private credit is extremely heavily invested in. Harvard University, who has a $53 billion endowment, supposedly, they had to come to the bond market twice because they didn't have enough money. They have $53 billion and they can't pay for repairs. They can't pay for operating expenses. They came to the bond market looking for $2.5 billion. I think they got $1.5 billion. And then they came back again, and I think it was last week it was announced that Harvard is thinking about selling some of their private equity interests at a discount, obviously, because when you're a forced seller, you're not going to get your cost. And so there's a lot of overinvestment. When I speak to RIAs, people that manage kind of higher net worth retail money, for the past 3-4 years, one of the very first questions, without exception, what about private credit? And I say, are you heavily invested in private credit? Yes, and everybody is. And I say, so, what's the argument? And I was giving a speech down in Texas, and the woman before me was from a fund that's very heavily involved in private credit. And she basically gave a sales pitch for private credit, and it's basically a 3-pointed sales pitch, none of which of the points really sell me. The first is that it's less volatile. It's a Sharpe ratio argument. So, and it's only, we all know it's only because they don't mark them to market. I mean, everybody knows that. So it's just like private equity. If the S&P 500 goes from 100 to 50, they mark their private equity down 20 points. And then they both recover over time. They both go up to 100. So look at that. They have the same return, but the S&P had double the volatility and then some. That argument is not valid. They aren't marked to market. So, the next argument is somewhat valid. Historical performance. Private credit had some very good years. It was quite cheap, 5 or 7 years ago. And you use a historical argument that the performance is good, and it's true. But as we all know, as they say in the disclaimers at the commercials, past performance is no guarantee of future results. And public credit, I think, has outperformed private credit for a few quarters at least now. So it's already changing. So I think that there's a lot of overinvestment in private credit, and the liquidity is not very good. And I just don't think the excess reward is anything close to what it used to be. So I would view that as a place where there would be forced selling. Harvard could turn into a forced seller. And Harvard, they at least used to have the best reputation. Yale had this great reputation for investing in private markets, and that lured in a lot of Me Too behavior because they were emulating the results of Yale. But once one university is publicly acknowledging that they have liquidity problems, I've got news for you. If you have a cockroach in the kitchen, there's never one cockroach. So there's more. It becomes systemic. It doesn't mean everybody's overinvested and overly locked up. But in 2008, I was raising lots of money for distressed mortgages, the stuff that was defaulting like crazy. And it got to such a price that it was just truly unbelievable. I mean, there were securities that were traded that started life at 100, had never really had much volatility, and they were being liquidated at prices of 30 cents on the dollar. And you could use assumptions that were just nobody believed would happen. You could say 70% of these mortgages default, and we recover 30 cents on the dollar, and it's a 24 IRR. And I said this to the Stanford University endowment, the head guy. And I said, I can prove to you that your worst case is going to be a 24 IRR, because I'm going to you tell me what assumptions you think are absurdly punishing, and I'll use them. And you got a 24 IRR. And let me finish. And he says, I can't argue with you. You make a very compelling point, but I can't invest with you. And I said, why? He said, I have no money. We're all locked up. We're getting called because everything's so cheap. Everyone's calling their money now. These are draw funds. Now we're calling your capital. And he said, I can't even make those capital calls. And I said, come on. I really love Stanford Endowment. What a great name for the client list. Give me $10 million. I don't have $10 million. I have no money. These are large endowments. And if they need money, they have to sell. You see, markets, everyone knows markets have fear and greed that drive them. And everyone knows that fear is stronger than greed when it really push comes to shove. But the actual strongest driver of investment behavior is need. Sometimes people need. Back in 1993, interest rates were perceived to be low, and I went to one of my university endowment, it was the treasurer, it was their operating money. And he said, I just met with the president of the university, and he says I have to make 6% for the operating money. And he said, I told him it's impossible to get 6% without tremendous risk because treasury interest rates are at 3. And he said, wrong answer. You're going to get 6%. Just find out how you're going to do it. And of course, in 1994, interest rates went way up, and everybody that had done that sort of thing, like Orange County, California, there was a very famous default of Orange County, California. And, so there's need is very powerful, but it's bad enough when you make the determination. You say, I have this goal, the 6% goal, I need to make it, I'll give it a shot. But the other side of that is even more powerful, when you're forced to sell. It doesn't matter what the price is. You don't have an option. If you have to sell to pay the bills, what are you going to do?
If you're preparing for that kind of moment, are you sitting mostly in cash, a little gold?
No, no. We manage a lot of other people's money, and a lot of it is in the fixed income market. We're just protecting and waiting for much better opportunities. When I think about it, markets take the stairs up and the elevator down, which means they go up faster than they go down faster than they go up. And so when it really breaks, it's not down a couple of points. Even what we saw in April, that's not a real break of the credit market. The real break of the credit market is bonds drop 30 points. And everyone thinks they're cheap, but they have to sell. So you have an opportunity at some point to buy bonds down, I don't know, let's just say it's 25 points. High yield bonds yield about 2.5% more than Treasury bonds. So if it takes 10 years for that 25-point opportunity, you're going to break even. And it's not going to take 10 years. It's not going to take 5 years. I believe, but the panel before me said, I think is true. I think 27, 28 are going to be, are likely to be a window of tremendous opportunity. Because I think by then, the Treasury problem will be even more in focus than it is today. And I think that it'll weigh upon market behavior. We need to restructure a lot of things in our system. We need to restructure institutions. We need to restructure political parties. We need to restructure our finances. All these things have been in place. It's the waves of history. Neil Howe calls it the fourth turning. He wrote a book called The Fourth Turning in the mid-90s, predicting the credit crisis around 2006 using demography. Pretty good. And I know him pretty well, and we talk about it, and we have the same concepts, and that is that societies start with a pact. They have an economic system that produces things, and then they have, so that's the means of production, and then they have the property relations that split up the rewards. And when it starts out, and this would be, say, right after World War II or after the Civil War, it starts out that everybody kind of buys into how the system works. But there's a fundamental problem with this kind of duality of property relations and the means of production. Means of production change in revolutionary ways. Steam engine, radio, television, telephone, internet, AI. They're just explosions of innovation. But the property relations, they don't change very quickly. In fact, they're barely evolutionary in the way they change, because over time, becomes a wealth inequality, which of course we're in an extreme, where the people that benefit from the property relations, they don't want them to change because they're winning. So when you have tremendous concentration of wealth and power, the property relations become calcified. And meanwhile, the means of production are causing all kinds of disruption and intensifying the wealth inequality. And then suddenly the whole thing says, this doesn't work. We have to get the property relations to a right place where this isn't a feudal system, where there's the lords and the serfs. But that's what we have. And so we need to rejigger all of this stuff. So, and the Treasury debt problem, the interest expense unaffordability, is another offshoot of all this. It's all the same thing. It's that we need institutions that people believe in.
We're almost out of time, and I could speak with you for an hour, but I want to finish with the idea that is this a United States problem or is this a global problem? Can you hide by going to invest in places like, say, Europe or Japan?
You can hide to a certain extent. I don't think you can become immune. I think the way to invest in periods like this, I think, are to go with long-term themes. And a long-term theme that I think is one of the most bankable, and it might take, in 30 years, this will be a great success. And that is you should invest in India. Because India has a similar profile today to where China was 35 years ago, when they had tremendous population, labor force, visibility of labor force growth, tremendous problems, a gummed up legal system, corruption all over the place. But those are things that can be fixed. And you see what China went from 1/12 of the US GDP to 70–80% of US GDP, and they certainly produce more goods than the United States, so in a certain sense, they're bigger. Well, India has the same demographic outlook as China did then, and India has a benefit for supply chain being moved around, for manufacturing can come there. They're very technology. They have a long history of being, a significant society. So I don't know how long it's going to take, but that's one that you buy and you just do yourself a favor and don't open the statement. Because if you do, when there's trouble, you're going to sell it, right? Because it'll be down 30%. So just hold it for your grandchildren's college fund, and that'll work. So there are places to hide, but I think gold is proven to be a source of growth. If you were a Bitcoin person, I would recommend instead of being a Bitcoin person, you would take the same unit of volatility by buying gold and leveraging it probably twice. See, it's interesting that gold has outperformed Bitcoin year to date, even though Bitcoin's done very well. And for the last 12 months, Bitcoin has outperformed gold, but they're both up 40+%. Those are the places to be. And then dollar-based investors should be investing in foreign currencies. The S&P 500 has stopped outperforming the MSCI Europe, and it's underperforming in a major way on a year-to-date basis. And that took a while to happen, but things always take longer than people think. But it's happening in real time, and the next one will be selected emerging market equities as opposed to the United States, because the emerging markets will have the same benefit broadly as India does most specifically, but you'll also win on the currency translation if you're a dollar-based investor. So we are, for the first time in a long time, starting to introduce foreign currencies into our funds, even ones that are owned by dollar-based investors. We're not all in. We want to see the dollar break through a certain trend line and resistance lines and stuff like that, but we're pretty close.
Jeffrey Gunlock of Double Line Capital, thank you so much. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thanks, everybody.
That's Jeffrey Gunlock of Double Line in conversation with Lisa Abramowitz at the Bloomberg Global Credit Forum. We'll go back to Lisa for another interview in just a few moments here, but Jeffrey Gunlock talking about the importance of long-term strategic investment, saying that public credit has done better than private credit for him in recent months, and noting that gold is, in his words, no longer for lunatic survivalists. Let's get a check of markets on this Wednesday afternoon with Charlie Pellet. Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, David Gura. Indeed, we're looking at a deteriorating situation in the past 30 minutes or so. Stocks now negative, giving up earlier gains. S&P right to the numbers here, down 16, drop there of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 3 points, just about flat on the day. The S&P, by the way, at 6,022. Nasdaq down 91, drop there of 0.4%. Your 10-year at 4.41%. The 2-year on the CPI Tuesday, 3.94%. Fourth month of surprisingly benign inflation driving bond yields down. We've got spot gold up $16 the ounce, up 0.5% year to date. Gold up 27.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 4.4% today, closing in on $68 a barrel, $67.90 right now on WTI. Bitcoin down 1.1%, 108,782 on Bitcoin. After earnings, looking at GitLab shares, they are down now by 9.8%. After earnings, GameStop down by 4.8%. Oracle after the close of trading. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you very much. David Gura here with Norma Linda, filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. And let's turn to space now. Shares of Voyager Technologies started trading today on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker VOYG. That company, which is based in Denver, Colorado, raised more than $380 million in its IPO. Dylan Taylor is its chairman and CEO. He joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange, along with our colleague Ed Ludlow. He's the co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Dylan, great to have you with us. And let me just start with a basic question. That is, you've had this IPO. What changes notionally about the business now? What does this open up for you?
Well, I think it obviously gives us dry powder to execute on our growth vectors, and we've got a few. The most notable one is our commercial space station effort to replace the International Space Station. That's called Starlab. We're in partnership with other global companies on that effort. We're the controlling shareholder of that JV. We're also very focused on national security and defense, and so we play very strongly into smart missile defense and specifically what we believe to be some of the pushes into the Golden Dome initiative as well.
Dylan, Voyager's IPO has exceeded expectations in terms of first day performance. I mean, I'm seeing the stock that's surging triple digits. How does that make you feel?
You know, we're focused. We're focused on the future, and it's really about execution at this point. We knew the market would well receive our offering. We got that in the roadshow and the way the book built and our oversubscription. And we figured the stock would trade well, but we're really focused on deploying capital, executing on our business plan, and growing the business from here. That's really where we're focused.
Dylan, it's Ed in San Francisco. That's very disciplined of you. If I did an IPO and the stock was up 100%, I might give a different answer. This is a world, and out of this world that I cover so closely, you know that. You're not the only private or publicly traded name that has a vision for the future where there are privately built and operated space stations. Right. Why will Voyager succeed, and why will it be first?
Well, I think we have a technical design, frankly, that's very differentiated from our competition. That's one. Secondly, as I said earlier, we have international partners. Those partners have been hand-selected because they have built components of the International Space Station in place today. So we have the right team. And I think we have the right capital structure as well. That's a separate joint venture, as I mentioned earlier. Voyager's the majority shareholder of it, but there are other notable Fortune 50 companies involved in that initiative, including Palantir, Airbus, and Mitsubishi. So I think we have the right team with the right technical solution.
Dylan, Starlab is really a multi-billion-dollar revenue opportunity. Just how important is Starlab to Voyager's future?
You know, it's an important program within Voyager. It's important to note we're a real company on programs of record today, generating revenue, lots of operating leverage built up in our business. We've been quite acquisitive. We've made 7 acquisitions since we have been founded. We would look with this public currency we now have to potentially execute on other M&A. So I think you'll see us grow our revenue, quite rapidly, and I think that's going to fall disproportionately to the bottom line with the operating leverage we have in place. So that's how we think about it. We think about scaling the business from where it is right now, and that'll allow us to take on even bigger programs of record, bigger programs like Starlab, but there are others within the company that we're executing on as well.
Dylan, there'll be people listening to this all around the world that may have no idea that the International Space Station is going to be decommissioned and have no understanding that your proposal is to build space stations, next generation space stations, and put them into low Earth orbit. I wondered if you just go through the basic modus operandi by which you hope to do that and the scale we're talking about, please.
Yeah, well, first of all, this has happened before. So the space shuttle, which was owned and operated by the government, was retired, right? That was put out of commission. And NASA and others decided to commercialize launch, and that gave birth to SpaceX and other commercial space launch companies. So the same thing's happening on destinations. The International Space Station is going to come down, as you said. SpaceX has been awarded a contract to deorbit it in 2030. And so what's going to replace those are commercial space stations where governments will be a tenant, they'll be a user of those services and not the owner-operator. So what we can do under that new platform, call it 2030s technology rather than 2000s technology, is really optimize it for the most promising elements of microgravity, which is biopharma research, things like growing perfect crystals in space, data centers in space, and all these other commercial opportunities that are somewhat supply constrained because of the ISS capacity. It's at capacity currently.
Dylan, a recent public feud between President Donald Trump and Elon Musk has Wall Street speculating if there will be more runway for competitors if Musk's SpaceX were to lose favor with the U.S. government. How do you see Voyager fitting in there?
Well, I think, look, it's a very robust industry with a lot of players. SpaceX is a crucial player in the industry. We do business with them regularly. We have a launch contract signed with them. So SpaceX is really important, but there are other players in the industry that are also doing great things. The industry is a bit unique in the sense that we all are looking to collaborate and cooperate. Space is very difficult, and these infrastructure projects are very challenging. And so It's perhaps a bit more collaborative than other industries, and really everyone's rooting for everyone else. I mean, and I mean that sincerely, because it's important that we get replacements up there prior to the International Space Station being decommissioned.
Dylan, many of your peers tell me that space is the next domain for war and conflict. How important do you think your relationships with the Pentagon, the DoD, Space Force will be in your future business model?
Well, it's about half of our business today is national security and defense. So one program we're on, for example, is Next Generation Interceptor. That's the program that Lockheed Martin recently won. We favor into that program quite significantly with our propulsion technology and optical navigation technology. So it's already an important part. Next Generation Interceptor is notable because it is designed to intercept hypersonic missiles that fly into space potentially. So to your earlier point, space is very much being militarized in the sense that there are new threats that we need to, as a Western country and Western value system, need to be able to combat.
Dylan, what impact do you anticipate from upcoming defense policy changes out of Washington on the U.S. defense industry?
You know, it appears to be bullish for defense spending. I mean, if the president gets what he has asked for Golden Dome, that would potentially be a windfall into the areas that we're talking about. There's still some work, of course, to get that passed. On the commercial space side that we were talking about earlier, even under the NASA so-called skinny budget the president proposed, it's still quite robust funding for commercial space stations. So at least from our vantage point, we're not too concerned about that. But obviously policy and budgets do matter. But right now it looks, I would say, generally favorable for our business.
Dylan, you mentioned Golden Dome. Is ink dry on that for you in your participation? And the relationship with Palantir on the software side, it seems very critical for you. Does that tie into Golden Dome?
Yeah, so we're on the Golden Dome. Well, I'm sorry, we're on the Next Generation Interceptor program. Golden Dome, think of that almost as like a brand, and think of it as layers of an onion for different defensive threats. So it's to be defined in terms of exactly what that is. But on the program I mentioned earlier, we're already a part of that team, and we're already executing on contracts, a development contract there. Palantir's a shareholder. We're both headquartered in Denver. They're across the street from us. In fact, our executive teams are friendly. They're a shareholder in Voyager, and they're also a shareholder in Starlab, the space station joint venture. And they're great partners. We collaborate with them very closely, and we have several growth initiatives where they play a very important role.
Our thanks to Dylan Taylor. He's the chairman and CEO of defense firm Voyager Technologies. That went public today. Of course, we're seeing shares that are trading on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker VOYG. Thanks so much to him and Ed Lowe, the co-host of Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Technology, for joining us today. Excuse me. Let's go up with a business flash from Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, Nora. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both declining right now. 10-point drop on the S&P. CPI Wednesday, been a choppy session. Right now we have got the S&P 500 index trading at 6,028, down 0.2%. The Dow up 55, a gain there of 0.1%. Last update, everything was lower. We've got NASDAQ down 70 right now, drop there of 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.41%. The 2-year 3.94%. Gold up $18 the ounce, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 4.6%, $67.96 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 1%, 108,841 on Bitcoin. We were just talking with CEO Dylan Taylor of Voyager Technologies. First day out for that stock, rocketing higher, up now by 91%. In other news, Harvey Weinstein has been convicted of sexual assault in New York for a second time today, but acquitted of a second sexual assault charge. Jurors will continue deliberating on a rape charge. Recapping, S&P down by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you very much. David Gura here with Norma Linda, in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Business Week, on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. Bloomberg News hosting its annual Global Credit Forum today in Los Angeles as questions swirl around trade wars, wars, persistent inflation, and growing concern about a slowdown in the world's largest economy. Those are things that are looming large. Bloomberg Television, Lisa Abramowitz just spoke with Jeff Gundlach. Perhaps you heard that conversation, in which Mr. Gundlach talked a lot about the upside he sees it of long-term thematic investing and the promise of gold as well. We go back now to Lisa in Hollywood. She has another special guest with her now. Lisa?
Thank you so much, David Gura. We were just speaking with Jeffrey Gundlach, and now we have another wonderful guest, Danielle Poley, who is Managing Director at Oaktree Capital Management here in Los Angeles, here at our Bloomberg Global Credit Forum. I want to start with some of those comments that Jeffrey Gundlach was talking about, saying that private credit is potentially at risk of a serious liquidity event where there's forced selling that causes pretty big price declines. What did you make of those comments?
Well, I thought it was an excellent fireside chat between you two. And Jeffrey's a brilliant investor. We're so lucky to have him in the LA finance community. You know, I think the risks are real. I mean, if you look at the market, we've gone through an incredible period with the interest rate regime and rates rising so significantly. A lot of capital structures can't support that. So there are cracks that are emerging. What I think, though, is really the opportunity for alternative lenders like us, our capital solutions, doing rescue financing as those cracks emerge. I maybe don't see it as systemic as Jeffrey does, at least not yet. Defaults have remained relatively benign in our market, but it's not to say that in a few years, as the maturity wall starts to increase, that there aren't going to be problems.
Yeah, there was this feeling from him that 2027, 2028 was kind of the potential reckoning. And in the panel that you were on, that was also a discussion. How much is that kind of the X-date that people are looking at for some of these cracks, defaults, and actual repricings in the credit market to occur?
I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty right now and things that could, sway the environment one way or another. I mean, this tariff tantrum that we had was one of them, and I don't think that it's over yet. There's also a lot of uncertainty just with respect to the government and the deficit. Jeffrey talked a lot about the pressure on longer-term rates and how eventually the Fed may need to step in to address that. I mean, I think all of this just points to volatility in our markets, and those periods of volatility are opportunities for us to step in and buy things.
There's a question as prepared to have that capital to step in to buy. How you kind of get returns now at a time where there are attractive yields to be had without getting stuck, without getting sort of trampled by one of these events. I mean, are you also avoiding some of the riskier credit unless you're providing some sort of rescue finance, or is that something that you think you're being compensated for?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. You can chop off the tails in the market today and still get a really attractive income. So our focus is on sub-investment grade, with Jeffrey's had some concerns about, but we've been able to find great opportunities with high single-digit, low double-digit yields. I mean, we had a conversation, Lisa, back in 2022, where we were highlighting those double-digit yields at the time when a lot of people were saying recession risk, there's a reckoning in the market. No, we said equity-like returns for credit, and that's been the case. So I think as long as yields stay high, and the average issuer in the market continues to have good fundamentals, relatively low leverage, still good operating cash flow, and we're in this kind of Goldilocks environment where the labor market isn't slowing so significantly and inflation is trending down, it's going to be okay, at least for the next 12 months. It's hard to see beyond 12 months with any crystal ball or clarity, but I like the opportunities that we can buy in today's market.
When you talk about opportunities, another theme has been whether the United States really harbors the majority of them or whether there are better opportunities elsewhere. You mentioned that you're looking to Europe increasingly. Why Europe? Is it because there are companies there that you find attractive? Is it because of the dollar? Is it just diversification?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mix of everything. Diversification, I think, is king in today's market with so much uncertainty. But specifically in Europe, we're seeing companies with really good, strong fundamentals, similar or even better than the U.S., but you can get wider spreads, which is great in today's market. And given the currency dynamics, if you're hedging, which we are in most of our portfolios, back to dollars, you're getting some carry pickup as well. And then the other thing, too, is just the interest rate regime. If you look at the ECB, they're clearly in this cutting cycle already, which should benefit companies in the long run, whereas the U.S., we're at kind of an inflection point, I think, for policy and in this higher for longer wait and see, though a couple cuts are priced in. So I think when you kind of put all that together, our relative value barometer is swinging towards Europe, but it doesn't mean we're taking money out of the U.S. to put it in Europe. I think there's attractive opportunities in both.
And you can just sort of more heavily weight things
As
into Europe.
incremental dollars flow in. I mean, this has been an attractive time for credit. Investors want more credit. We're seeing inflows into our portfolios right now. And so deploying that incremental money into Europe makes a lot of sense.
There was a feeling in some of the conversations, a question of public versus private credit, and whether there'd be some sort of convergence. I am curious if you see still private credit having such an advantage over public credit at a time where some people say that public credit markets have gotten a lot safer and private credit markets have gotten pretty tight in terms of valuations as well as pretty crowded in terms of money. Do you agree? Do you think that right now the value proposition isn't as great as it used to be in private credit?
I mean, the term convergence would imply that, right? That we're converging. And I do think you should always get some type of a premium for investing in private markets. You're giving up liquidity, and liquidity is really important to have in an environment like this where you have volatility that you can potentially deploy. But, you know, it's hard to paint the private credit market with, you know, a single brushstroke. There are really interesting pockets of private credit today that offer really compelling yields. So in addition to your LBO sponsor-backed financings, going into areas like asset-backed finance that have been more nascent but are really expanding, and I think allow us to continue to finance the real economy, but do it in a very attractive way from a yield perspective.
One thing that Gunlock was talking about was that there's going to be forced selling. And that particularly with foundations and more importantly universities that might be looking to raise money at a time of some volatility and they're having trouble selling. Do you foresee some sort of forced sale event that becomes to some degree systemic at a time when there already is so much private credit saturated on the balance sheets of a lot of these institutions?
I think a lot of the institutions, endowments in particular, that have so heavily weighted to private equity, they haven't seen the distributions that they've wanted. You know, the average kind of hold time for a company, a portfolio company, it's over 30% of them are longer than 7 years. And so to get those types of distributions, they really need to think about selling some of that exposure on their books, and then that creates an opportunity, you know, for others to step in the secondary market and buy those illiquid assets, but at a very significant discount. So today we are seeing some opportunities as low as 50 cents on the dollar. We've been out there, you know, highlighting some of those, but it's not systemic yet.
Right now, a lot of people are saying ultimately it's going to come down to the earnings. How concerned are you that the ramifications of some of the inflationary forces that we clearly are not seeing based on today's CPI print, but that will get trickled into certain industries, and we already are seeing with respect to tariffs? How much are you concerned that that really is going to hit things in a much more significant way?
That is the, you know, concern, because the trend has, you know, been your friend as the Fed, seeing inflation falling, but it's really around the uncertainty and the impact that tariffs may have, and, you know, what that future may look like for them in terms of their ability to take rates down. I think our concern is that they might be a little bit late based on what's happening in the labor market. The jobs report looked pretty good, but if you start to look at the downward revisions that we've seen and new job gains in particular, and you think about the overall unemployment rate and how that's held steady because of a shrinking workforce and shrinking participation rate, maybe there's some signs of weakness that are being masked. And right now, there's so many companies that don't really know what to do in this period of uncertainty related to the tariffs. They don't want to lay off workers that they've worked so hard to find, and so they're in this wait-and-see pattern. But if, you know, the tariffs make things more difficult, you could see layoffs increase and the job picture look weaker, and then is the Fed behind the curve on taking down rates?
Danielle Poley, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Really appreciate it. That was Danielle Poley of Oaktree Capital Management, and I'll send it back to you, David, in New York.
Lisa, thank you very much. Lisa Bromwitz out in California for the Global Credit Forum taking place there in Hollywood, California, talking with Danielle Poley. And just to summarize a few of the headlines from that interview, Danielle Poley saying this is an attractive time for credit, as she put it. She likes the opportunity that you can see in today's credit market. She talked a lot about Europe. Nora talked about the opportunity for diversification, but also the kind of fundamentals that she sees in a lot of companies. And the currency dynamic she pointed to is something that's promising for her as an investor because of the carry that they're able to get on those investments. Then this kind of fascinating conversation carrying over from the one that we heard before this with Jeffrey Gundlach of DoubleLine, that being how academic endowments, institutional endowments, are having amassed such a stake in private credit, private investments over such a long period of time, now facing kind of a reckoning, recognizing they haven't gotten the kind of returns that they want to get there. Lisa asking her if she thought that there was sort of a systemic risk as a result of that. Danielle Poli saying, not at this point, but it is something that's clearly causing concern.
You know, what's also interesting that she called out was just the idea of tariffs. Of course, we know that these are ongoing negotiations happening between the U.S., China, and everyone's pretty much in wait-and-see mode. She said that companies are really thinking about layoffs and whether or not the Fed could potentially be behind the curve.
Certainly looming large here, and something we're going to get into here as Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues here in our hour on Bloomberg Radio. David Gura with Norma Linda in for Tim Stenovec and Carol Masser, who are off today. In just a moment, we're going to talk more about those talks, those 20 hours worth of talks that took place in London over the last couple of days between the U.S. And China. How significant is the resolution, the handshake deal that those two sides got? That's coming up here on Bloomberg Radio. Again, David Gura, Norma Linda, this is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Legendary musician Brian Wilson has died at the age of 82. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez has a look back at his career and influence.
Let's go surfing now, everybody's learning how.
The Beach Boys released their first album in 1962. Within a year, they'd be the hottest band in America. Brian Wilson's talents as a singer, songwriter, and producer, his cheery harmonies and catchy hooks, all led to a succession of hits. When Brian Wilson was being honored at the Kennedy Center in 2008, folk singer Art Garfunkel called him
our Mozart of rock and roll.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News. There has been a partial verdict in the retrial of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein. CBS's Matt Piper has that.
The jury convicted the former studio boss of forcibly subjecting a woman to a criminal sexual act in 2006. But jurors acquitted Weinstein of another criminal sex act charge from the same year. And they are to continue deliberating on a charge that he raped another woman in 2013. All three accusers took the stand during the trial. The 73-year-old Weinstein did not.
The U.S. and China reached a trade deal today. It will allow the U.S. to purchase rare earth minerals and Chinese students to attend American universities. But the tariffs on Chinese goods remain at 55% for now. CBS's Kelly O'Grady at the New York Stock Exchange.
I just spoke to a number of businesses taking the temperature of how are you feeling about the fact that tariffs will stay in place at their current level. And the feeling was, okay, I'm glad it's not going back up to over 100%, but this still does meaningfully impact their businesses, their operations.
A curfew last night in downtown Los Angeles led to some arrests, but calm tensions overall. Still, the immigration raids continue, and some businesses are finding it difficult to keep their doors open. Michael Wallace says that.
In Vernon, California, southeast of Los Angeles, this warehouse manager, who wanted to remain anonymous, says a third of his workers called out sick yesterday.
And my productivity level goes down.
His workers were spooked by a viral video claiming to show an ICE raid at a factory just down the street the day before. It turns out that video was shot in Nebraska, but the damage has been done.
This tells more people to stay home. More videos, they're not going to come to work.
He doesn't know how long he can stay open.
It's killing the business drastically.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
On Wall Street, investors are still digesting the U.S.-China trade deal and the latest inflation numbers. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 35 points. This is CBS News. entertainment giant plans to break ground on some new concert sites, as Steve Kathan reports.
Live Nation says it's building 18 new concert venues across the country, everything from small clubs to large outdoor amphitheaters. The company says they'll open over the next year and a half at a cost of $1 billion. Live Nation already has 150 venues. The new projects are built as a way to reach smaller markets. Places like Allentown, Pennsylvania and Virginia Beach are on the list, but so are larger cities like Atlanta, Denver, and Seattle. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Scientists say Greenland's ice sheet melted 17 times faster than the past average during a May heat wave that also hit Iceland. The Arctic region is on the front line of global warming, heating up 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. In Iceland, it was nearly 80 degrees on May 15th. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Well, we're 1 hour away from the closing bell. I'm looking at a stock market where we have major indexes in the red. We're seeing materials being the worst performing sector in the S&P 500, and we see energy being the lone gainer. Now, this is Bloomberg Business Week, live from Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Nora Melinda alongside David Gura. We're both in for Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, who are both off today. Now, still ahead, after 20 hours of negotiations between the U.S. and China, the two sides emerge with what seems like a truce. President Trump says the ball is in President Xi's court. And we'll talk all about that with Chief Geoeconomics Editor at Bloomberg Economics, Jenny Welch.
We're also going to get the latest on WM, formerly known as Waste Management with Davina Rankin. That is the company's CFO. We're going to talk about its balance sheet and its recent acquisition of Stericycle.
And we'll interview Alex Grissino, the global chief economist at Manulife Investment Management. We'll talk all about the latest inflation data, CPI numbers this morning. And of course, we have PPI numbers coming out tomorrow. All of that and what they mean for the Federal Reserve ahead of its next decision day, which of course is next Wednesday. But first up, let's get a check on today's trade and the top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, Nora. Thank you very much, David. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. 54 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. S&P right now down 28, making a run for the worst level of the day. S&P at 6,010, drop there of 0.5%. The Dow down 75, down 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 134 for NASDAQ, a decline right now of about 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index is down 1%, the 10-year 4.41%, the 2-year 3.94%. Gold up $21 the ounce, 33.45, a gain there of 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude surging 4.6%, just under $68 a barrel. A fourth month of surprisingly benign U.S. inflation drove bond yields down, with Wall Street investors seeing greater leeway for the Federal Reserve to cut rates should trade frictions slow the U.S. economy. As for market reaction to this morning's CPI report, Alicia Levine is head of investment strategy and equities at BNY Wealth Management.
Wall Street is obviously surprised that CPI came in lighter month over month, because last month the story was, well, the tariffs really weren't on, the data reads weren't really good enough yet. Now we have the data. And every data print is better than expected. Labor market better than expected. Yeah. CPI better than expected. And everybody is off sides in positioning for where we are in the U.S. market.
Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth Management interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. So again, recapping stocks lower, S&P right now down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you very much. David Gura here with Nora Melinda, in for Tim Stenovec and Carol Massar on Bloomberg Business Week, on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. President Trump posting on Truth Social this morning that the U.S.'s deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Trump posting that after 20 hours of negotiations in London between the U.S. and China, which saw both sides clean up, as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick put it, the deal that they reached in Geneva about a month ago. Here's what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who was also part of those talks, had to say about where they stand during testimony this morning before the House Ways and Means Committee.
China has a singular opportunity to stabilize its economy by shifting away from excess production towards greater consumption. But the country needs to be a reliable partner in trade negotiations. If China will course correct by upholding its end of the initial trade agreement we outlined in Geneva, and I believe after our talks in London they will, then the rebalancing of the world's two largest economies is possible.
Jennifer Welch joins us now. She's the chief geoeconomics editor at Bloomberg Economics. She's formerly the director for China and Taiwan at the National Security Council at the White House. Pleasure to have her here with us in New York. Scott Bessent there talking about the possibility, the chance here that China could course correct, as he put it, by upholding its end of the initial trade agreement they outlined in Geneva. Let's start with what you've seen emerge from these talks in London. How notionally different is that agreement to what we saw a month ago? Sort of where do things stand here as we look at this kind of 90-day pause and any progress that might have been made?
Well, notionally, we are back to where we were a
Square
month
one,
ago,
yeah.
or we were supposed to be a month ago in terms of clarity on what China's going to do with rare earth exports, and in particular, rare earth magnets, in return for the United States essentially seeming to walk back many of the export controls and other restrictions that it put in place after Geneva to build leverage for these talks. But I do think we're a little bit far away from what the president's claiming in terms of a full deal with China. That remains very much outstanding. Tariff levels don't appear to have been adjusted in London, and we're still facing this August deadline of reaching that larger deal before higher tariff rates come back into place.
How much friction does there appear to be right now? Are we moving at all any closer to a point of consensus?
I think at the moment, tensions have come off the front boiler, but they're still very much on the back burner. And they could rise again at any point, particularly if there continue to be disagreements about what exactly was agreed to, or we continue to see any sort of supply disruptions in terms of critical minerals and other key exports from China. And then again, the entire looming deadline is really more about tariffs, which they don't seem to have discussed in London. And I think that's going to be an even stickier set of issues to address. China now realizes they have this major hammer in the form of these critical mineral export controls that they can leverage. And I think that really dilutes the U.S. ability to push China towards the deal that Washington says it wants.
I want to ask you a little bit more about that. I'm going to paraphrase something from our colleague Sean Donnan in the D.C. Bureau who covers trade. I'm going to botch this, but I think the thrust of it was the longer you go, time kind of evaporates the efficacy of the leverage that you've got. And so, yes, there's this leverage when it comes to the rare earth minerals, but the longer this gets attenuated, the longer these talks go on, the closer we get to this deadline for this 90-day pause. Sort of where does that leave the U.S.? Where is its leverage as you see it in these talks, in these negotiations?
Certainly never going to disagree with Sean.
Never.
I will say I
Good
think the
counsel
time
for everyone.
Exactly. I think the timelines here are slightly different. The amount of time it would take the United States to build up independent supply chains for critical minerals and rare earths is more a question of years, whereas these negotiations, I think the U.S. would prefer to wrap up, if not by August, within several months' time frame, right? So I think in terms of leverage, China's going to maintain that pain point for at least the near term. Now, the United States is trying to take steps to diversify its critical minerals dependencies, but it's been trying to do that for over a decade at this point, and it would take some really serious investments in order to accomplish that.
So, of course, we know China is a major trading partner here with the U.S. And, of course, we talked about some of these rare materials. But what exports in particular are economists really keeping their eye on in terms of broader clarity on tariffs?
I think the key question is going to be with tariffs now at still very high levels. They brought them back down from their peak in April, but they're still, U.S. tariff rate is around 40% on China. Chinese tariff rate on the U.S. is upwards of 20% when you take into account tariffs that existed before Trump came back into the White House. We think that's going to take U.S.-China trade down by about 70%. And so we're still likely to see some shortages. We're still likely to see price hikes. The key question is going to be, how does that impact supply chains in terms of, is that price point too high where you don't just see higher price tags on the shelves, but you actually see things missing on the shelves because it just doesn't make an economic sense for people to bring it in.
I'm old enough to remember when a chief, if not the chief motivator for these talks, this disagreement had to do with fentanyl and China exporting the ingredients for it to the U.S. and the wider world. Where does that stand? I mean, this has grown larger than that in terms of what the motivations are. But it seems to me, as I've been reading in since these talks have taken place, that's not something where we've seen much movement from the Chinese.
That's a great question. It wasn't that far back. It was back in February and March.
It felt much younger then.
Exactly. No, I think that those remain U.S. concerns, but they have very much faded into the backdrop. And I think that just adds to the list of complex topics for all these negotiations. It's trade and economic practices. Currency might be on the table. This was also not addressed, but just last week, Treasury released a report on currency practices where they called out China for what they felt like was not a full manipulation, but concerning practices. Now, we're adding supply chain risk to the table. And then, yes, there's fentanyl, which remains very much an outstanding issue in the relationship.
On a broader scope, as we're kind of looking at where the economy stands right now, just how fragile are U.S. consumers and the economy right now, especially as we factor in what these price hikes could look like if they do happen?
Great question, especially when you take into consideration all the other trade wars that are currently underway. We're less than a month out from the deadline for other reciprocal tariffs against every other U.S. trade partner coming back into full brunt of what they were on Liberation Day. And right now, we only have one semi-agreement, which is with the UK, and it's more of a framework to agree rather than a full agreement in itself. So I think a key question facing U.S. consumers is, are all of those reciprocal tariffs going to come into play? And then are we also going to see Chinese tariffs come back into play about a month later when that August deadline hits? You're looking at not quite everything on Liberation Day, but another kind of double whammy of some serious price hikes.
I'm going to take advantage of you being here because I'm going to Kananaskis next week for the G7 Leaders Summit, and the leaders of many of these nations are going to be there who are, as we understand it, in the process of having these talks, these trade talks with the U.S. Do you anticipate that that's a forum in which a lot of this stuff is going to be hashed out? Are you optimistic that we could see deals, at least in broad strokes, announced while we're there? So how should I think about that gathering and the importance of trade at that gathering in Canada next week?
Well, it's interesting. The G7 used to be this major forum for organizing a global response to major crises, from the outbreak of war to financial shocks. And now it looks like it's just going to be sort of the backdrop to President Trump hashing out deals with individual countries. And certainly trade tensions are going to be a point on the agenda, even if an informal point, in terms of really, I think, delaying this group's ability to reach consensus on some of those bigger issues. But yes, in terms of the trade discussions, we know that, for example, Japan, also India, might be looking to announce some sort of progress towards a deal at the G7. I personally don't think that's going to be in the form of full trade agreement, but probably something more like what we saw with the UK, a sort of framework to agree or kind of terms that they'll be negotiating over, with the expectation it'll still take at least weeks, if not months, to hammer out something more comprehensive.
And of course, tariffs have really been at the forefront for multiple weeks now, but what's the job market looking like? Of course, if we're thinking about price hikes, we have to think about whether or not that's, an affordability concern. What's the latest on the job market in about 30 seconds or less?
I'd be honest, I'll defer to my U.S. economic colleagues on this, but my expectation is that I think all of this is weighing on certainly U.S. consumers' perspective, U.S. businesses, investors. They're not going to want to be making major moves when all these tariff deadlines are looming, and it remains incredibly unclear what deals are going to be hashed out and where tariff rates are ultimately going to land. And it seems that uncertainty is going to stick with us for at least another month, if not longer.
Jenny, great to see you. Thank you very much. That's Jenny Welch. She's the Chief Geoeconomics Editor at Bloomberg Economics, based in Washington, but joining us here in New York today. I should say the former Director for China and Taiwan at the National Security Council at the White House. Again, looking ahead to the G7 next week. I'll be heading there this week, and those talks get underway in earnest on Monday of next week. 2 days worth of talks, and President Trump's presence looming large over the agenda at that summit. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. David Gura and Norma Linda in for Tim Stanovic and Carol Masser, who are off today. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks in the red right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all declining, looking at a loss of 26 points on the S&P at 6,012. Drop there of 0.4%. The Dow down 53, drop there of 0.1%. While NASDAQ is down 130 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop of just about 0.7%. A sell-off in big tech, dragging down stocks. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index now down by 1%, keeping it all in context. The S&P down 0.4%. 10-year CPI Wednesday 4.41%. The 2-year now at 3.94%. Gold is up $20 the ounce, up 0.6%, 33.44. And West Texas Intermediate crude surging to almost $68 a barrel, up by 4.6%. As for the market backdrop, Shayna Sissel is president and CEO of Banrion Capital Management. She says progress on trade is definitely helping sentiment.
I think that we're starting to see that these tariff policies and these agreements are starting to come into play, especially with the biggest players like China, and that is going to be a tailwind to the markets.
Shayna Sissel of Banrion interviewed this morning on surveillance. And briefly, Harvey Weinstein has been convicted of sexual assault in New York for a second time. He was acquitted of a second sexual assault charge. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. We've been talking a lot about the latest economic data, the latest read on the consumer price index that was out this morning. And we want to get a sense of how companies are navigating the uncertainty of this moment. Davina Rankin, an executive vice president and chief financial officer at WM, of course, formerly known as Waste Management. She joins us now via Zoom. Davina, as we look at everything that's going on right now in Washington and all of the policy concerns, how much are the tariff conversations actually weighing, if at all, on the waste management sector?
So I think it's important to think about WM being a safe place in uncertain times. This is a resilient business. And so when we think about tariffs, it really is going to have limited impacts to our business. As an essential service that provides environmental solutions to our communities on a daily basis, everything that we do keeps communities thriving, and we're going to be here in good times and in those uncertain times, and tariffs really will not be something that impacts this business from a cost perspective or really from a demand perspective for the foreseeable future.
Let me just pull back and ask about policy more broadly. So I know that renewable energy, for instance, is something that's probably on your radar. I know that there are kind of natural gas plants at some of your landfills. Is there overarching uncertainty as you see it? Do you feel like you have clarity about the broader policy direction of this White House and this administration, or are you having to kind of navigate more uncertainty, more ambiguity than you have been in recent years?
Yeah, great question. I would tell you clarity is always a good thing. But when we look at this backdrop, what we see is strong underlying demand for renewable energy. And WM, as the largest owner and operator of landfills in North America, we're really well positioned to capture the landfill gas that naturally occurs in those landfills and convert it into a valuable renewable energy source. And we see the underlying policy decisions that are being made out of this administration as supportive to those investments that we've made. We're going to make $1.6 billion of sustainability investments in the renewable natural gas space over a 5-year period from 2022 to 2026. And this administration and their policies seem to be supportive of those investments and the viability of them for the long term.
Davina, sticking with this topic of renewable energy, WM is investing more than $3 billion of renewable energy and recycling facilities. How do you measure the success associated with sustainability initiatives?
We think about it both as economic return and environmental value creation. And from an economic return perspective, these investments are going to be some of the highest return investments that we have across our entire portfolio. So that is a clear win. And then from an environmental solution and utility perspective, we're expanding access to recycling across North America. We're increasing the productivity and profitability of recycling, which really is the definition of sustainable, because it ensures that this is a sustainable, an economically viable business model for the foreseeable future, which is good for the economy, but it's also good for the shareholder.
I want to ask you how the integration with Stericycle is going. You've made this acquisition and kind of look at the balance sheet, WM's balance sheet, and see that it's a bit more levered than usual, more than 3.5 times now following that deal. So I guess a two-part question. How's the integration going? And then also, how do you feel about sort of the state of the balance sheet right now?
Yeah, so I would tell you the integration's off to a great start. One of the things that really defines that for us is being confident enough to increase our targeted synergy levels from $125 million at deal announcement to $250 million today. And so being able to double that in such a short period of time tells you how confident we are in integrating this business and getting things aligned to the WM way. So all of that is going really well. You know, the strength and resilience of our business, some of it is about the strength of our balance sheet. And we're certainly above our target leverage ratios today, but we have a clear path to get back down to our target of 2.5 to 3 times by mid-2026. We're well on the way, both from earnings growth and balance sheet management, and really proud of the work that we're doing there.
WM has actually delivered impressive shareholder returns over the last decade. What gives you confidence that this trend will continue?
Yeah, so those numbers are really impressive. And just to underscore the point, you know, we're talking about 450+% total shareholder return over the last 10 years. Really is remarkable. And when we think about what can replicate that for the next 10 years, it's the sustainable business model that we have. And I use the sustainable word to be more oriented toward the long-term growth trajectory of core solid waste, how we think about the growth outlook for the healthcare solutions business that we just acquired, and then layering on top of that the value creation from these sustainability growth investments that we've made. That means that over the next several years, we expect to continue a track record of delivering EBITDA growth that meaningfully exceeds, you know, GDP, population growth, some of those core drivers that people have tended to think will be demonstrative of what creates our success. So we've generated, you know, more than 10% EBITDA growth a year ago, and we expect more than 15% EBITDA growth in 2025. And so it's really a great demonstration of our ability to continue to grow this business and use the essential service combined with our differentiated brand and capabilities in the eyes of our customers in order to grow from here.
Davina, I want to ask you kind of a broad question here just about where you see opportunity for growth going forward here. So we've talked a bit about sort of WM getting into the medical waste market. Where do you see opportunity for growth going forward? Where are you looking over the next year or 2 years out?
You know, today we're focused on optimizing the core, ensuring we integrate that healthcare solutions business and really leverage a segment of the U.S. and North American economy that should grow at a faster pace than the rest of the economy. And then ensuring that we also capture growth from renewable natural gas and recycling infrastructure investments that we've already discussed. Those 3 things together really will drive outpaced growth in 2025 and beyond.
Davina, how is WM leveraging technology to innovate and improve efficiency?
It really starts at the front line. Our drivers have onboard computer units on each and every one of their vehicles. That not only keeps our communities safe and our drivers safe, but it also ensures that we're productive and efficient. So we use technology in our daily operations, but we also use technology in the back office to ensure that we're thinking about how to optimize our cost to serve, whether it's customer contact, our processing of payments as an example. So what is really great about technology for us is that we've taught ourselves as a function to use it as a change driver, and we have proven time and time again that we can optimize the way we do business and optimize the way that our customers engage with us in order to improve cost to serve, and service delivery. And we're going to continue to do that.
Davina, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. That's Davina Rankin. She's the CFO, Chief Financial Officer at WM. Going to pivot here, move to downtown Lower Manhattan, where we've got a verdict here, a split verdict in the case involving Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein convicted of sexual assault in New York for a second time today, acquitted on his second sexual assault charge, and jurors continuing to deliberate on a rape charge. Mike Valensky joins us now on the phone from the New York State Courthouse. He's a reporter, New York-based correspondent for Bloomberg Law. Mike, get us up to speed here on the verdict, and I mentioned that third charge. Where do things stand with that deliberation?
Yeah, sure. So hello from Manhattan Criminal Court. So as for the third charge, which is the only rape charge in the case, the jury was sent home for the day, told to come back tomorrow. They said they had not reached a verdict or a unanimous verdict on the rape charge. They'd been apparently fighting all morning, and the judge said, you guys need to cool off, come back tomorrow and continue deliberating on the rape charge.
What's the energy been like in the room? What's Weinstein's composure been like?
It's been incredibly tense. I mean, today he did something that I've very, very rarely seen in trials, where before the verdict was read, he addressed the judge directly, and instead of his lawyers, he said, I want a mistrial. This isn't fair to me. He said something to the effect of, my life is in danger. I'm just looking at the quotes. He said, I'm not getting a fair trial. He tried to appeal to the judges. He said, you know, as a businessman, to the judge, he said, as a businessman, I've been in tough situations like this, and I'm appealing to your, quote, courage. So he's been very tense. He's appeared to be in a state of prayer at some points today. He was clasping his hands. Throughout the trial, he's been pretty emotive. He shakes his head at points when accusers give testimony. So it's very tense. Even though he's still facing 16 years in California, it appeared, you know, this meant a lot to him.
Just about a minute and a half left here, but I'm curious about sort of how he's faring. I know his health has been a question for a long time, and you mentioned the charges he faces in California as well. Just give us an update on him, and he, as I understand, did not testify during the course of this trial.
He did not testify, although his attorney had said for a while that he wanted to, and he recently he spoke out to Candace Owens recently, but he did not testify. He's been in a wheelchair every day, and he's been staying at the Bellevue Hospital prison ward, where he was moved from a city jail because he has said he has cancer and is in ailing health, so he's been in the hospital.
Was this verdict largely expected?
This is not exactly what was expected. I mean, generally with these things, that you might expect the jury to believe, but we'll see, I suppose, what they ultimately come to. But this is sort of a strange verdict for them to say, we don't believe one accuser. We do believe another accuser who told a very similar story. And the third, we're so at odds that we need to cool off for the day. So, I mean, they're doing their jobs, but this is not necessarily the typical verdict.
Our thanks to Mike Valensky on the phone from the New York State Courthouse. That's, of course, on this Harvey Weinstein being convicted of sexual assault in a mixed verdict. Let's take a look at the markets. I'm seeing markets that are in the red right now. We see the Dow Jones, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all falling right now. And in the S&P 500, we have consumer discretionary as the worst performing sector, energy as the best performing sector. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. But right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. The main U.S. averages are in the red after Besant said it's possible for the U.S. to extend tariffs on some countries. The S&P cash is down 0.5%, with the NASDAQ down 0.6%. Taking a look at the Dow, IBM, UNH, and Goldman leading, with Home Depot, Amazon, and Apple under pressure. GitLab is down 10% after earnings missed last night, with Intel falling 7% after yesterday's rally. Meanwhile, U.S. tariff income hit a record last month. The dollar is down, gold is up, and oil surged on a report that the U.S. Embassy in Iraq is being evacuated. Wrapping things up, Oracle reporting after the bell. My name is Jordan Fitzgerald from the First Word Breaking News Desk. All yours, Charlie.
All right, we thank you very much, Jordan Fitzgerald. Oracle right now down 0.2% to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type SQUA, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
This is David Gura with Norma Linda in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube as well. Looking at markets here lower as we make our way to the close this afternoon. Alex Corsino joins us now in the studio, the global chief economist at Manulife Investment Management, which has, as of June, $1.6 trillion in assets under management and administration. Alex, great to have you with us. And I suppose I should start with the economic data du jour, that is the CPI data, the sense of the state of inflation here in the U.S. How do you see all of this playing out? How do you see the Fed looking at that panoply of data at its meeting next week and kind of considering the state of the economy today? And how are you doing the very same thing?
Well, first off, thanks for having me here. It's great to be here. When I look at the data today, the way I look at CPI is basically, it was perhaps a surprise to a lot of people, but not shocking necessarily, simply because when you look at all the inventory that got pulled forward during the first quarter of the year, there's a good chance that you're going to see some of that have to work its way through before you see slightly higher inflation prints. So at this stage, I think basically the message for the Fed will be very much on brand. It's been one of the most reassuring or perhaps frustratingly, depending on how you look at it, messages from the government, yes, and most consistent, which is we're in a good spot and we're not going to do anything about it just yet.
When you look at all these prints, of course, the average person, it can be a little bit confusing. It feels a bit mixed. I mean, you hear a consumer that's stretched in some senses, but still maintains its resilience. What right now do you think, how is the economy currently standing?
Sure, I think that's a great question. The way I'd look at it is if you look at GDP, so the broadest measure of growth, there's going to be some misleading signals out of that. Just like in Q1, we got a weak print because of trade. We're going to get a bit of snapback in the second quarter. And then we sort of settle into something during the second half of the year that we think is going to be softish growth, probably a little bit cooler than is strictly speaking comfortable, but generally speaking, still not quite recessionary at that point.
I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we have you here from Montreal, so north of the border, as this roiling trade war continues. How much are you kind of looking through it? How big of an impact is it having on your ability to sort of game things out as you look at the global economy?
Well, I think one of the things you hear a lot of economists talk about is scenarios now. We are very loath to give out point estimates at this stage, and I think that's fair. I think one of the things that has been ring-fenced since early April, though, is probably the worst-case scenario. So people have a base case, and they figure it'll land somewhere between the two areas. In Canada specifically, there's clearly a lot of concern given how interlinked we are with U.S. trade. But there are silver linings. If you look at it from a structural perspective, there's a lot of inefficiencies in Canada that I think are being looked at closely with this as the catalyst to perhaps move on from that.
So this is like the interprovincial trade, for instance?
All that, yes. For some reason, there's trade barriers between provinces in Canada.
So, of course, this is an evolving conversation, evolving negotiations, but how much of an impact are economists currently baking in terms of the effects of tariffs on the U.S. economy?
Sure. Well, I think one of the things that's interesting for us is it's almost like running to stand still. We go through our forecasts about once a quarter, and about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we started the process, so they're coming out in a couple of weeks. And when we reopened the books and looked at exactly what our assumptions were after all the escalation and de-escalation, was sort of left with, we're actually not that far off from where we thought we'd be. One thing that I think is different in the analysis is when you looked at what was happening at the beginning of the year, and especially as you looked at it from the Fed's perspective, the general assumption was it would hurt the U.S. a little from a growth perspective, move inflation up a bit. So you sort of created a slightly more hawkish narrative. But because you're literally tackling every country in the world at the same time, the dynamics become a lot closer to places like Canada, where you factor in a more traditional growth hit. So we think that's probably changing perceptions a little bit.
Given that, I wonder how you see all of this ending up. And there was talk, certainly on the campaign trail, of there maybe being a kind of 10% universal tariff. Is that, do you think, where we might be headed in all of this? We've had all of this talk of negotiations between the U.S. and other countries one by one. But maybe things kind of land in this more unified kind of general tariff regime. Do you see things ending up that way, or do you think it's going to be more finely tailored, narrowly tailored?
So it depends on the region, and I think it's a matter of economic importance. So I don't think it will be a broad 10% tariff on the bigger regions. I think there will be a lot more nuance to the argument. And perhaps for the countries sort of at the far end of the tails, you might see something similar to that.
Are we approaching a tipping point in U.S. growth?
Sure. So I think one of the interesting things here is when you look at most forecasts now, the second half of the year is broadly seen as a period of cooling. I'm not 100% sure we haven't already started to see tentative signs of that at this stage. So just like GDP was a little bit soft last quarter, as I'd mentioned, it'll be a little bit hot next quarter. You have to look through net trade and look at things like consumption. When you look at downward revisions to those, and when you look at things like retail sales, vehicle sales, you get a sense that maybe you're starting to see that cooling point. It's not enough to get nervous about, but it is a slight shift in trajectory that we think maybe signals that we might be starting to slow at this stage.
I want to get a sense of your pessimism or maybe lack of optimism. So like we've gotten the latest forecast from the OECD, we got the World Bank forecast as well. All seem to be indicated that we're heading for a pretty dramatic slowdown, not just in the U.S., but globally.
Yes.
Is that a foregone conclusion as you see it? Is that kind of tied up in the uncertainty around the trade negotiations, or is it something that you think is definitely, or not definitely, but very likely to happen?
Well, we do think that you see a slowdown based on where trade is going. I think it's pretty unambiguous that we're going through deglobalization. We've probably been going through it for the better part of a decade at this point. If you look at post-GFC, you sort of hit peak trade and you've sort of been grinding down slowly over time. That trend we expect to persist. The uncertainty is problematic for more export-oriented countries, so we view it as the more domestic you are, perhaps the more diversified your supply chain is, the better off you're going to be.
So Powell's been receiving a lot of pressure from the administration and others alike. I mean, President Trump, then this morning we had J.D. Vance also making some comments. And then, of course, talks of a potential replacement is also ongoing. Two questions. Is the Fed behind the curve? And secondly, is there any wiggle room for cuts?
So I think they are in a good spot, not to be too trite about it. But generally, when you look at the data, I sort of think of it as a tug of war, but instead of having two ropes, there's three. You have uncertainty pulling one direction, inflation another, and growth/labor in the third. Inflation is not a problem at this stage, so you can give a little slack there. Uncertainty seems to be receding a little bit, but you're not quite there. And growth is still holding up, so you're not really getting much. Ultimately, we think what does happen, though, is growth sort of dominates the narrative, and that's when you start to get cuts built in.
Let me just ask you lastly, got about a minute left here, sort of what data is most important to you as we look ahead to PPI tomorrow, that Fed meeting next week? What are you placing the greatest credence in when it comes to U.S. economic data?
Sure. At this stage, I'm really looking at the month-to-month data. You want to see where the sequential prints are going. Retail sales, to me, is critically important. I think the U.S. consumer is the straw that stirs the drink. And the way I'd view it is, unless you get a real confidence shock and weakening labor, you probably have a status quo which might not be overly hot, but not terrible. So we're looking for high-frequency data points, consumption, high-frequency data points around labor consumption. Those are really where we're focused right now.
Well, thank you so much for a wonderful conversation. Our thanks to Alex Gracino, Chief Economist at Manulife Investment Management. This, of course, is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're looking at stocks that are in the red. We're about 10 minutes out from the close. We're seeing the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all lower. And, of course, we have one segment in the S&P 500 pushing into the green, and that one's energy. Materials, the worst performing sector. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. David Gura here with Norma Linda in for Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, who are off today, and looking at the news on the Bloomberg today. One of the most read stories about the New York City apartment market, particularly the rental market, and a piece of legislation that has gone into effect. This was held up in court for some time here, that people renting in New York City will no longer have to pay the fees charged by their landlords' real estate agents. This is one of the weirdest quirks, Nora, I must say, of New York City, as somebody who has rented here before, like an added burden and often a sizable financial burden you have to pay when you're renting an apartment.
Definitely sizable. I mean, I remember when I moved from Virginia to New York City back in 2021, and of course this is, pandemic, things were cheaper, but those brokers' fees are still so high. I see in the story, it says landlords may find ways to still pass on these fees to tenants. So that could be a potential catch, but it seems as though tenant advocates are really seeing this as a worthwhile trade-off in terms of increased renter mobility.
Yeah, this is, of course, tied to the Fairness in Apartment Rental Expenses Act. That's what took effect today. Local real estate groups had tried to block this legislation from going into effect. They had the backing of the Real Estate Board of New York, of realtors who have thrived off of and wanted this fee to remain in place and paid for by the person who's renting. That group now warning that it's going to be a much tougher rental market ahead. And I should say anecdotally from friends who have looked to rent in the city, it's already been an extremely tough rental market.
As a current renter looking for a new place, it is definitely an interesting market right now. But I'm also curious what this means in terms of the impact for brokers, right? I mean, we're thinking about the brokers' fees, but I'm also curious how much that could potentially weigh on margins. But of course, from the renter perspective, this sounds like an amazing relief.
Yeah, digging into this story by Jennifer Epstein, kind of wondering how this is all going to shake out economically. And there's a sense here that maybe apartment owners are going to take some of those fees, pass them on those expenses by raising prices again. Not only is there seem to be a shortage of great rentals here in New York City, but rent has been going up as well. So looking closely here at those market dynamics, maybe landlords won't be able to get away with 10 or 15% increases to rent, sizable hike in rents there, but might pass them on still. And of course, there are these no-fee apartments, which seem like the white whale, the elusive apartments you can find here in New York that haven't had them. I guess there's still some hope here that, if you're looking for a place, you can find one of those.
Right. I mean, I do think that you're hearing a lot of people that are really moving out of Manhattan and they're trying to find cheaper places. I've seen people fleeing to Jersey City. So I'm seeing a lot of people moving over there, but it's really interesting to see the brokers' fees kind of getting a bit of relief. But another story, since you're always in politics, David, there's a story that went out, said that Musk was voicing regret over this public feud that he had with Trump after those talks with allies.
Yes, another delicious chapter here in this story of the breakup between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, but Elon Musk taking to Twitter, his social media platform, in the wee hours of the morning Wall Street time to express some regret. And I think I should emphasize the word some there, saying that some of the things that he wrote about, posted about, and said about Donald Trump maybe were a bridge too far. But seeing reporting over the course of the day here that this is something that he decided to do at the urging of Vice President J.D. Vance, who said that this is a relationship between Elon Musk and President Trump that needed to be remedied after what had happened. But as you know from following this, as I'm sure everybody has, it has been a rocky 72 hours or so from when Elon Musk kind of went nuclear on President Trump, and we saw the back and forth that emerged.
And me covering from the equity standpoint, I was seeing a lot of those space stocks actually surging off of this idea that, maybe if SpaceX and Trump aren't necessarily, Elon Musk are in good graces with the administration, what that could mean and open a runway for a lot of those other space names.
Yeah, and just fascinating to hear that in the interview that we had just a little while back with the CEO of Voyager, which went public today, the kind of opportunity that opens up if SpaceX isn't kind of the go-to private contractor dealing with those space programs and defense programs in space, although I was certainly struck by what he said in response to the questions that you and Ed Ludlow raised, that this is kind of a collaborative industry thus far. It's kind of nascent. The space program was one that was sort of kind of run by, and the government played a much heavier role. Now we've seen it opening up into the private sector more, and he not sort of taking a victory lap that SpaceX might be out of the game here a little bit more. Anyway, fascinating to watch here on Bloomberg Business Week. David Gura in with Norma Linda for Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Bloomberg's The Closing Bell starts right now.
The closing bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu is here in the TV studio. Manning the radio booth today is David Gura and Nora Melinda. Carol Master, Tim Stenovic on assignment as we welcome all of our audiences across our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube platforms. Here on an interesting Wednesday, David Gura, we had stocks in the green to start the day, but moving deeper into the red here. A lot of concerns right now about what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, a lot of concerns about what's going on in the Middle East. A lot of concerns sort of what the details are in the trade agreement that was reached by the U.S. and China after those 20 hours of negotiations that took place in London. We saw the handshake that the Commerce Secretary teased would happen, but now, of course, we're looking to details and sort of wondering how much more advanced the conversation is between these two nations, the two largest economies in the world.
But not only that, people have really been looking at U.S. consumer prices. We, of course, got a print today that was really showing that CPI actually didn't go as much as forecast, and that was the fourth month in a row that we were seeing that. So people are really just digesting a lot of this economic data that's really been also driving markets as well.
Right. You guys mentioned both of the big catalysts for the week. We got them, and it's kind of like, it didn't really clear up any of the uncertainty. Like, it answered some questions in the short term, but we're still dealing with the same thing. So bottom line, it's going to be hard to push the S&P 500 to break that record high. We kind of just keep bumping along, getting there, but then coming back a bit.
Because who's there to buy the dip? Like, retail was already in. Have institutional investors right size, and have the funds actually close their shorts, and have they right size as well? In which case, again, who's there to buy?
Who's there to buy? And it gets to the question you kind of posed it at the top here. So, some of the analysts are sort of raising their estimates right now going forward. Does that sort of provide a little bit more of a catalyst for folks to come back and follow their lead, at least for right now? Still pinned in a relatively tight range, the range that we've been in now for the last couple of weeks. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, which opened higher, dipped lower, surged in the middle of the day, and then dipped back into the red, is going to finish out the day on the day, down less than 1 point, 42,866 and change. The S&P down about 16 points, or 0.3%. The Nasdaq Composite losing about a 0.5 percentage point on the day, while the Russell 2000 closing down by about 8 points, or 0.4%. And one quick note here, David, Dow Transports, that was your big laggard on the day, a big downdraft of about 243 points, or 1.6%.
Yeah, I've been watching that one as well, and just looking at the S&P 500, the constituent companies in that index, 362 of them closing down today, 140 of them up, and just one of them unchanged today.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which breaks down the S&P 500 into 11 sectors, and the big winner of the day is energy. 20 out of the 23 members of the S&P 500 energy index gaining on the day as oil prices surge almost 5% to above $68 a barrel. Utilities, healthcare, and industrials marginally higher at the end of trading. Your weak links here are consumer discretionary down more than 1%, and materials also off by about 1%.
Well, let me take you through some of the gainers that I was watching over the course of the day. Netflix is one of them, NFLX, of course, and Greg Peters, the co-CEO of that company, speaking at a Wall Street Journal event in London, expressing some optimism here about that company's ability to kind of weather the uncertainty that we're seeing all around the world because of trade talks. Of course, the president threatened to impose new tariffs on the filmmaking and movie-making industry as well. He's saying Netflix continues to be optimistic. It's going to make those movies overseas. It's going to stay the course, makes a lot of them in the United Kingdom where he was speaking, plans to invest more than $1 billion over the next 4 years on shows and movies that are shot in Spain, continuing its focus on games. Goldman Sachs, another one I've been watching over the course of the day. Bank of America maintaining a buy on Goldman Sachs with a price target of $700. Again, the theme here is resilience in an uncertain environment and attributing a particular promise to its asset and wealth management business. The last gainer I'm flagging here is McKesson, it raising its earning forecast because of broad-based operational momentum. Morgan Stanley maintaining an overweight on McKesson, raising its price target from $745 to $770. Again, saying it's well-positioned to manage risks.
Can I just add a couple of honorable mentions? Oklo having a great day, their best day going back, basically since they, back to their highest levels, I should say, since they went public. And that's on the back of an announcement that they are going to be the intended awardee of a new U.S. Department of Defense contract. And also Voyager. They went public today, guys.
A really big name. I mean, we were seeing a lot of the shares surging today for a really good IPO. But let's look at some of the names that are in the red. Today, I had eyes on Lockheed Martin. This is, of course, the U.S. defense contractor. We saw shares down 4.2%. That's the biggest drop since April. And this is after Bloomberg reported that the Air Force had cut its request in half, its request to Congress for F-35 jets. Of course, this is really weighing on defense contractors, not only Lockheed, but we were seeing some of its peers down as well. But I'm also looking at Chewy. Now, we saw shares of this company falling for their worst daily performance since August 2023. That's down 11%. This is an online pet food pet retailer. A lot of different foods that you can get there for your pets. But this is after
and
the company's
treats too, Nora. Don't forget the treats.
Is it so? See, I don't have a pet. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My pets are back in Virginia with the parents. But we did see gross margin and free cash flow falling short of expectations here. But it did reiterate its annual sales target. And lastly, another.
Are you a dog or a cat person?
I'm a little bit of both. I'm not going to lie. You know,
Okay.
I split the line here.
Yeah, I'm a dog person. I think Scarlett's a dog person, and you are.
So I'm in welcome
and
company.
that was Alex Steele letting you know what side she's on.
I love it. I love it. Well, also Vera Bradley. This is a name that a lot of people know in the retail space. We're seeing shares of that company falling for their worst day since the pandemic 2020, down for double-digit losses, down 19%. The company suspended its guidance, but also announced the departure of its CEO. So that pulled guidance is really reflecting executive and board leadership changes and significant uncertainty concerning the consumer environment there.
And no surprise here, Oklo's going to offer some stock. Makes sense. Great
not?
day.
Why not?
Best since its IPO. Why not? Those bankers making some money on that. Okay, let's go to the bond market here. So buying all across the curve, less in the back end, more in the front end. The 2-year yield down by about 7 basis points below that 4% level. You wind up having that benign CPI. Stocks couldn't catch a sustained bid, but bonds could as yields move lower. The dollar, though, couldn't either. So that was a quite interesting dynamic.
Yeah, kind of interesting, too. We should point out as well, of course, you know, obviously the economic data that we're going to keep an eye on for the rest of the week with PPI tomorrow. And, of course, this consumer sentiment data coming out at the end of the week out of UMich. But don't forget, we get some earnings, too, out of Oracle as well. So maybe another read after the bell today here on the AI trade.
And don't forget, you also have the 30-year bond auction tomorrow as well, which is going to be a big one.
Yeah, well, did you see the 10-year bond auction today? I was kind of interested. I mean, that did come in a little bit less than what you saw coming into that as well here. I think Oracle, guys, is now crossing the wire. Let's get right to it here. Oracle shares, at least the knee-jerk reaction. You see that right now to the upside with fourth quarter adjusted EPS at $1.70 a share. That is a beat. The street was looking for $1.64. Revenue also looks like it came in above street estimates, $15.9 billion. The street was looking for $15.6. Cloud infrastructure in the most recent period coming in just a touch light, $3 billion. The street was looking for $3.07 billion. And we should just point out margin in the most recent quarter that came in pretty much on the nose, guys, at 44%.
All right, let's also get you a read on the consumer here. We're taking a look at Oxford Industries, and I'm going to pull up the earnings right now. OXFD. The results are as follows. Actually, you know what? No. OXM. Sorry, guys. OXM Equity.
This is real time. We're good.
We're good. Okay, Oxford Industries first quarter adjusted EPS $1.82, beating the consensus estimate by 1 penny. In terms of the outlook here, second quarter net sales will be anywhere from 395 to 415 million. Analysts were looking for, on average, 411 million. And Oxford says it sees second quarter adjusted EPS of as much as $1.25, whereas analysts were looking for $2.21. I'm not sure if we're comparing like with like here, but if we are, that is a big miss on that outlook for the second quarter adjusted EPS. And you can see the stock right now down 8.5% in after hours trading. And of course, Oxford includes brands like Lilly Pulitzer and Tommy Bahama.
All right, going back to Oracle for a second, guys, because the stock is lower, but I mean, the numbers are pretty good. And the CEO is saying, Larry Ellison, that look, 2025 was actually a very good year, but they think 2026 will be even better. Their cloud infrastructure growth rate is expected to increase from 50% for its full year 2025 to over 70% in the full year 26.
Stood out to me as well. I was just going to pile on there and say that their optimism there about the growth of cloud computing certainly coming through here in these earnings that we got this afternoon.
Definitely. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these tech names really just roaring. I mean, I think we see Oracle, as we're digesting a lot of these results, focus is really on tech here.
The focus is on tech here, and let's walk through some of the individual segments there, because that gives you, I think, why maybe a little bit more of a sense of why we're seeing them down. When we talk about that cloud services business, it was still a growth rate of about 14%, but some of the whisper numbers coming in was looking for something closer to 20%. Cloud license revenue, that was up about 9.2%. Hardware revenue, I'm not sure how much of important that is. That was up about 1%, but the services revenue was down, and that was down about 1.8%. That also came in below street estimates as well.
And there's a comment here from Stafford Katz, the CEO, saying that fiscal year 2025 was a very good year, but we believe 2026 will be even better as our revenue growth rates will be dramatically higher. Again, dramatically higher. They're looking at total cloud growth rate applications plus infrastructure increasing from 24% in fiscal year 25 to over 40% the next year.
All right, of course, we're going to have to wait for the earnings conference call to get a better read on the guidance going forward, as that, of course, is not included fully into the release. That does it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg Television, Radio, and YouTube. And a reminder, as always, that Bloomberg Business Week is now on Bloomberg Originals. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time and at the same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Well, this is David Guerrero with Norma Linda, filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, who are off today on a busy Wednesday. We're going to talk a bit about the economy here in just a moment. Going to check in on Los Angeles as well, as protests there continue. And we've seen a strong response from the governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom, in recent hours, commenting on the effort by the President of the United States to bring more military to that area. Brad Stone, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week, is going to join us. But I want to start first with the economy, the data that we got this morning on the Consumer Price Index from the Labor Department. Charlie Pellet characterizing it for us here as benign, surprisingly benign inflation data. And Julia Coronado joins us now. She's, of course, the president and founder of Macro Policy Perspectives and is with us from Austin, Texas. Julia, great to speak with you. And I want to get your read. You can feel free to crib Charlie's line, as I have there, about the benignness of these data. But what do they tell you more broadly about the state of the economy, the health of the economy, the CPI data that we got today?
Well, that's great framing. And by the way, happy to join you as always. Yeah, I think we see a few cross currents in the data. So there is some initial signs of tariff pass through in certain areas of goods like furniture and certain recreation goods. We see that those prices pushing higher. But there were also some offsets. So we saw some weakness in areas that could reflect softening demand. So travel prices have just been persistently weak. Airfares, hotels for the last few months. Sporting events saw some weakness this month. So that could reflect cooling demand and be, an indication that the economy is in fact slowing. And that dynamic might prohibit firms from passing on prices or passing on the cost of tariffs through to final consumer prices to a greater degree. But it's very early. It's only May data, so it usually takes 2 to 3 months to see any impact. Remember, firms have inventories on hand. A lot of goods, a lot of apparel being sold was already purchased before the tariffs. So it normally takes several months to see the full impact of something like a tariff passing through to final prices.
Julia, what are you looking to see out of the data to come? Of course, we have PPI coming up. Of course, we have the Fed that's going to be having its meeting next Wednesday. So we'll hear the decision then, where they're expected to hold rates steady. But what does the Fed need to see right now to pivot?
To pivot towards cuts, I think they need to see a lot more than they're seeing. Number one, we know there's just going to be some time to see the impact of what's already been put in place. So the tariffs are real, they're being collected, they're either going to go into profits or they're going to go into final consumer prices. Somebody's going to pay for this. And it's going to take the entire summer to really see that impact in the data. So I don't think the Fed I think they've basically taken the summer off the table. And let's keep in mind, too, that one of the details in this morning's data, and this will depend on the PPI data that we see tomorrow to some extent, but the gain that is implied by today's CPI for the Fed's preferred measure of PCE still suggests that annual rate is going to push higher, maybe even 0.2 higher. So we're estimating that it'll round up to 2.7% year on year from 2.5% in April. So benign, yes, but at the same time, that leaves the Fed above their 2% target for 4 years plus. And that's why I think we've seen a little bit more hesitation by the Fed to rush towards rate cuts or to, signal any kind of imminent change in policy, because they've been missing on their inflation target for a long time. Meanwhile, unemployment rate is still, in their full employment range. So they're going to have to just keep things balanced for now, hold their fire, and just gather more data. As frustrating as that is for market participants, I don't think we're going to learn a lot from the Fed next week.
Julia, let me move away from the Fed to ask you about what we heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this morning. So he downed some coffee on an overnight flight from London to Washington. He testified before the House Ways and Means Committee after 20 hours of negotiations over trade policy with the Chinese. But he was asked about deficits. He was asked about this legislation that's kind of making its way through the Senate right now. And I'd love to get your sense of the argument that the administration is making about the potential for growth here vis-a-vis that legislation, and sort of how you see all of that playing out in the months ahead.
I think that there's a lot of spin going on, and I certainly would characterize that as being what we heard from the Treasury Secretary. There isn't an economist who actually puts pen to paper thinking that this will reduce deficits. And one core driver of thinking about the growth outlook is the immigration outlook, which is getting even more draconian by the day. You're not going to get 3% GDP growth if you're contracting the labor force and doing mass deportations. That's simply, those numbers just don't add up. So growth can save you, but you have to put in growth-friendly policies. And what we're seeing is, they're channeling money away from sort of high fiscal multiplier categories like social insurance or infrastructure projects, which actually crowd in investment, to tax cuts for wealthy individuals, and that those individuals tend to save a lot of their gains from tax cuts rather than channel them into the economy. So I don't look at the overall details of this package and say, number one, it's definitely not going to reduce the deficit. And number two, it probably isn't going to be, this whole suite of policies isn't going to deliver 3% growth anytime soon.
Julia, speaking of Scott Bessent, he's also being floated as a potential Fed chair replacement for Jerome Powell. Can you break it down a little bit for the viewers? Does a new Fed chair mean quick cuts?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think, look, Secretary Bessent understands the structure of the Fed as a decision-making body. There's a lot of people he has to contend with. He can't just come in like a bull in a china shop and dictate policy to a very large committee. And that committee is not scheduled to turn over very quickly. So he would have to come in. Clearly, he would probably lean towards policies like faster rate cuts or larger rate cuts that the president prefers, but he's going to have to bring the committee along. And he's also a guy that he's a markets guy. He's not going to want to take actions that are going to really spook the bond market. So, so I wouldn't expect, I think actually the bigger question when we think about Secretary Bessent as a possible replacement for Chair Powell is who would replace him at Treasury. He's really been seen by markets as the cool head in the room and the guy who understands markets and kind of can talk the president off a ledge at times. Who would replace him? I think that's a much more salient, meaningful question for markets in the near term than what he would do as whoever President Trump nominates as Chair Powell's replacement will probably lean towards more dovish policy, whether that's Kevin Hassett or Kevin Warsh or Secretary Bessent. They're all going to probably lean in the president's direction. So that we know, and they'll probably be somewhat constrained. But if we lose Bessent at Treasury, does Howard Lutnick take the reins? Who else could step in and replace him there? I think that's pretty important. That parlor game begins anew, the one that we saw after President Trump was elected there for a second term. Julia Coronado, thank you very much. It's always great to catch up with you. Julia Coronado, president and founder of Macro Policy Perspectives, clinical assistant professor at the McCombs School of Business at the University of Texas at Austin as well. And just such a fascinating thing to game out. And we had such great reporting about that
search for the first Treasury Secretary in the second term, and Saleha Mose and Nancy Cook, Josh Green's piece on the prospects of a Scott Bessent Federal Reserve Chair, a fascinating read on the Bloomberg as well. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. David Gura and Norma Linda in for Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, who are off today. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Turned out to be a down day today. Stocks fell, led by a decline in big tech after a rally that brought the S&P 500 close to records. The S&P 500 today was lower by 16 points, drop of 0.3%, giving up earlier gains. The Dow, little change but lower, down 1 point, 42,865 on the Dow. NASDAQ down 99, drop there of 0.5%. Tech's moving lower, specifically the Mag 7 index, down today by 0.8%. Your 10-year yielding 4.41%, with the 2-year 3.94%. Gold up $24 the ounce, 30 33.48, up 0.7%, and West Texas Intermediate crude surging 4.6%, 67.96 a barrel. CPI Wednesday, lots of focus on tariffs and potential agreements, but where might it potentially leave the Federal Reserve? Julia Coronado is president and founder of Macro Policy Perspectives. She was interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's going to take the entire summer to really see that impact in the data. So I don't think the Fed has, I think they've basically taken the summer off the table.
Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. After the bell, we heard from Oracle. It reported adjusted revenue for the fourth quarter that did beat the average analyst estimate. Also, Papa John's International shares jumped today, the most in a month after a report that Apollo Global Management and a Qatari investment fund, Earth Capital, have made an offer that would take the pizza chain private. Recapping, S&P down 0.3%, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks very much. David Gura with Norma Linda in for Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Business Week Daily on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube as well. And a pleasure, as always, to talk with Brad Stone, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week, about his latest writing. A pair of pieces here, one of which centers on what's been happening in the city of Los Angeles, the other about the United States, and a pivot away from the altruistic statecraft, the Marshall Plan, what America has been known for some time, to something different. I'm going to cover both those pieces of writing with Brad here on Bloomberg Business Week. And Brad, let's start with the goings-on in Los Angeles. And your piece opens in the Business Week newsletter, California today is a tinderbox. And you draw this contrast between the kind of picture of radicalism that the Trump administration is trying to portray here and what's actually happening in California politics. And I'd love to start there if we could. That contrast, that dichotomy between the image that's being portrayed by the White House and sort of where things have actually been trending when it comes to politics in your state of California.
Sure. Thanks for having me on, David. Yeah, this is not just a battle over ICE enforcement in California or law and order in Los Angeles. This is really a battle over the heart and soul of the Democratic Party in California, a blue state that has consistently opposed President Trump and his agenda. You mentioned President Trump is painting his political opponents as radical left lunatics, his words, but it is really not what's happening in California. This is a party that has moved to the middle. It's evident everywhere. Governor Gavin Newsom recently taking aim at things like health care for illegal immigrants, signaling the return of budget austerity to the state, speaking out against trans girls in sports, trans participants in sports. And, Rick Caruso, the billionaire real estate developer who lost the mayor's race in L.A., his star is kind of ascendant since the wildfires. And then in San Francisco, where I am, Mayor Daniel Lurie, who I interviewed last week at the Bloomberg Tech Summit, very much taking a page from the abundance agenda of the Democratic Party, talking about bringing business people in to start rebuilding the city, addressing homelessness and profligate drug use. So it's really a party that's been moving to the middle, maybe liberal by a lot of the standards elsewhere in the country, but very much a moderating party. And I think President Trump really wants to, attach the party to some of these images of protesters wearing masks on top of Waymos, waving the Mexican flag. That is politically useful for him.
And I'm looking at the photograph right now in your story. It's a really striking photograph in terms of them waving the Mexican flag on the Waymos. What does all this say about the division in our nation right now regarding the topic of immigration? I'm seeing that these anti-ICE protests are spreading to New York City and Chicago and other areas as well.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Nora. I mean, look, these are sharp divisions on display. I think that there are, major urban areas that have identified primarily with the Democratic Party that are protective of their own, that consider themselves sanctuary cities and consider this enhanced ICE enforcement and the rounding up of immigrants, some here illegally, some here on temporary work visas, at their places of worship, at their places of work, and they see this ICE enforcement as really an incursion into local sovereignty into their own communities. And I think what has started in LA is really fatefully, I think, destined to grow in other cities. I think San Francisco is probably on the verge of following because of this protectiveness and the opposition to the Trump agenda. And so what does it say about the divisions in our society? That they're deeper and starker than ever.
Let me return to San Francisco, where, of course, you're based, and go back to the conversation that you had with Daniel Lurie. And maybe you could give us some sense here of who he is and what he's trying to engineer or do in that job as mayor of San Francisco. So he kind of representing that new brand of kind of centrist politics. How's he approaching the job? He's somebody who comes from great familial wealth. His relatives were founders of the Levi Strauss Company. What are his ambitions, and what inroads is he making in kind of changing the city, or I wouldn't want to say writing the politics, but changing the politics of San Francisco?
Yeah, you're right, David, that who he is almost says as much about the Democratic Party as what he's doing. He is an heir to the Levi Strauss fortune. His stepfather was a member of the Haas family that founded Levi Strauss. It's ranked choice voting for the mayor's race in San Francisco. But he won enough votes to elevate himself over former Mayor London Breed. He has a much more moderate board of supervisors, so it's only been a few months, and it's way too early to make any judgments about his tenure. But I would say he has maybe presided over the first glimpse of optimism in the city since our miserable run during the pandemic, and you can kind of see it in the commitments made by the business community to come in and help with law enforcement. A crypto billionaire recently donated some money to the SFPD to help them build a kind of high-tech hub outside the really dilapidated police headquarters. Things like just the public drug use and the homeless encampments. I think Lurie has finally started to make some progress on cleaning that up. We've got a long way to go. I mean, there's still no construction cranes in the city, but he is riding a wave of tremendous enthusiasm about AI and from the tech community. And I think that this is a new kind of California Democrat who is combining maybe some of the old liberal ideas with the business community and finding a middle ground.
So he's talking about Rick Caruso, but approval ratings for Mayor Karen Bass, who of course is left-leaning, have sunk since January's wildfires. How much of her legacy is riding on this moment right now in regards to all the protests going on, or have her constituents pretty much cemented their sentiments?
And Nora, that's a great question. And being from the faraway city of San Francisco, I can't say I know. I mean, she did take a beating during the wildfires when she was not in the city when they broke out. Just unfortunate timing for her. This is probably a moment for her to show her leadership. Now, I don't know if Governor Gavin Newsom is yielding any of the spotlight or oxygen to other politicians in the state. He has really cemented himself as the chief adversary to President Trump, and of course that plays into Governor Newsom's hands when it comes to 2028. But look, I mean, LA is a tinderbox right now, and I think that Mayor Bass probably does have an opportunity to make up some of the ground she lost during the wildfires.
Brad, I want to turn to the other piece that you've written recently. That's going to be a feature in the latest issue of Bloomberg Businessweek magazine, and it focuses on the kind of unraveling of the Marshall Plan, and again, this kind of move away from altruistic statecraft. And so the U.S. for so long now, for many decades, has had this perspective that it can do well by doing good in other parts of the world, that by investing in disease eradication and education, all manner of other social programs, that's going to help the U.S.'s position in the world by helping other places around the world. You say that how other branches of the American government, countries, and multinational companies respond in the months and years ahead will be the defining question of at least the rest of our lives. So you've been watching, as we all have, these changes unfold over the last 6 or so months. Picking up on your question, which you asked rhetorically there, are we seeing other folks pick up the mantle here? How worrisome is it, the situation that the U.S. finds itself in vis-a-vis the rest of the world?
Right. Well, David, this is the opening essay for our July issue, and you know the challenge here. I get to like put on my historian's hat and stroke my non-existent beard. And the point I was making here was that, you know, going back to John Winthrop, the city on the hill, and, you know, George Washington and Lincoln, and this historic belief that the U.S. was a sort of set a moral example for the rest of the world. And of course, we didn't always meet the standard. In fact, we often fell short of it. But the Marshall Plan, Plan after the war, or Lend-Lease during World War II, which Churchill called the most unsorted act in history. You know, we helped our allies, and not because we thought we would be repaid, but because we thought it was the right thing to do and that America would benefit from peacefulness and the spread of democracy. And, you know, the current administration has really broke with that. If it's, you know, canceling USAID, which really was the Marshall Plan for the developing world, or pulling back on PEPFAR, the program that addressed AIDS and HIV, pulling out of public health agencies and climate enforcement agencies. There is a big vacuum right now. And I think Europe has showed some inclination of picking up that slack, particularly when it comes to climate change or corruption enforcement in business. But otherwise, it's really left a vacuum.
And you mentioned a lot of these different things that have been changed under the new administration, of course, cutting foreign aid, withdrawing from international agreements. As you're really following all these different things closely and speaking with people, do you expect any meaningful shift in this dynamic?
Nora, I don't see where it would come from. I mean, you know, I'm talking about a strain in American history of, you know, collaboration and multinationalism, free trade, setting a moral example. But the president has seized upon a tradition that is, you know, is maybe over the last century, certainly maybe if not as strong, it certainly coexists, which is isolationism, nativism, American first, and that is just completely central to the Trump administration and to who the president is. And so there's certainly no inclination that he is creeping back from, you know, from that edge. And so the only question is there anyone else in the world to take up the slack? And now I do mention this Ipsos poll, which is really interesting. You know, 46 countries around the world looking at sentiments about different countries. The sentiment that America is going to be better for the world has fallen dramatically, and the sentiment around China now exceeds the positive sentiment around America. So there's at least some hope that China picks up some of the slack.
Well, thank you so much for a wonderful conversation. If you all haven't checked out his stories, check out his stories on the Bloomberg Terminal. LA violence endangers Democrats' moderation, and America casts itself as the world's moral leader, but not anymore. Of course, we are seeing him in San Francisco commenting on those LA riots that are going on, but definitely check out his feature stories on the U.S. losing its moral authority across the globe. Thanks for joining us. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Please stick with us as we head to the 5 p.m. end of this show.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We are keeping an eye on Oracle shares after earnings right now. After ours, we got the stock up by 6.7%. Oracle projecting cloud infrastructure sales that will jump more than 70% in the fiscal year that began this month, boosting investor enthusiasm for this closely watched business. Again, after ours, Oracle surging now by 6.6%. A down Wednesday, a CPI Wednesday, with the S&P falling 16 points to 6,022, down 0.3%. The Dow lower, little change, down a point, 42,865. Nasdaq Composite Index down 0.5%. The 10-year yield 4.41% with a 2-year. CPI Wednesday 3.94%. Spot gold up $30 the ounce, up 0.9%. A surge in crude oil. West Texas Intermediate up 4.7%, 68.01 a barrel. Again, recapping, stocks lower after ours. Oracle up by 6.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I've never really had faith in myself that I could stay sober.
A lot of people in my life had given up hope on me and didn't think I was going to make it.
You don't know what your life's going to be like in a year if you choose recovery, if you take the suggestions. You could be living this big, beautiful life.
It's been so life-changing, and it's the best decision I ever made.
You're hearing there from people featured in a short film called No More Secrets, a short film that's going to debut tomorrow that focuses on addiction and recovery. We're going to talk about that here with Jenna Wu. She's a senior clinician at Mountainside, a treatment center. Dr. Manasa Hani is with us as well, director of addiction psychology at Northwell. He's a psychiatrist. And Jenna, let me start with you and kind of the driving thrust of this short film, which centers on two individuals, one named Peter, one named Rachel. And they're talking, yes, about addiction, but about the process by which they sought help and went into recovery. And I wonder if you could talk a bit about that, the forcing mechanism, the way by which people decide it's something that they need to do, that they have to seek out recovery.
Oh, thank you, David. Well, I think for most people, it's not a choice. Usually life gets to a point where it is so uncomfortable and unbearable for not just them, but their family, community, productivity at work, that they have got to make a change. And the only way is in the other direction. And we really, wanted to explore two different family relationships and two different individuals that made that change, that decided that they had to do something differently. And that meant asking for help, being more public about their struggle. We all struggle with something, but addiction is something that is still riddled with shame and tremendous amount of stigma, both from the community and often internally in the family system. So we wanted to take this opportunity to really share with people openly what we saw as a call for action to end the stigma around addiction. So making this film and collaborating with Shatterproof was a natural segue in their call to action, in that they focus completely on breaking the stigma of addiction nationwide. So that's sort of how this came to be.
I want to stick with you, Jana. I did get a chance to look at the short film, to take a look, and I thought that it was very, very emotional. I felt like it was tear-jerking and all of the sort, but what I did notice from it was the importance of community. Can you just speak a bit more about the purpose and the importance of community for those that are recovering from addiction?
Yes, I'm glad you saw that. I think it's absolutely essential. Actually, evidence-based practice finds that group therapy is far more effective than individual therapy for substance use disorders. We know other things are also very important, like Medicaid-assisted treatment. But going back to the question of community, it's actually related. Having a community that understands and supports you, and again, doesn't judge you. With addiction, unfortunately, the behaviors that come with it are typically pretty reprehensible and really affect relationships. And it's very difficult when you love someone to separate that person from those behaviors. So having a community that's not going to judge you, where you can share some things that you've done that you might not understand, with maybe an appropriate clinical guide in this process or a peer support recovery coach, and a community, it heals people in ways I can't see anything else. That community and ability to say what I've done, where I'm struggling, and have other people hear, respect you, understand, and help you process that is invaluable.
Dr. Hani, like watching this film, you hear from these two individuals, you hear from members of their family as well. So in the case of Peter, you hear from his wife who wrote him a letter at some point. You hear from Rachel's father who was worried about her, and there's kind of a through line between both of them that they were each wrestling with the fact that they thought that this story might end with the death of their spouse or their child. What is your counsel to family members who are seeing somebody in their families, a spouse, a child, going through this and want something catalytic to happen by which they could seek help?
Well, it is really a challenging disease in that sense, that it not only affects people's lives, but also affects their significant others as well, affects their kids, affects their significant others, family members, and others. Now, the issue with the addiction as a disease, it does affect people's behavior. It makes a bit of a change in their personality and their behavior that upsets the support system. And speaking of the support system that Nora was asking about, whenever we do an evaluation in a new patient, that one of the most important predictive factor of their recovery is how big is your support system? Who is existing around in your sphere to provide support for you? Now, we come to the support system and we provide the advices: stay supportive, stay there for them. They're struggling, they're not doing that by choice. As we say, addiction is not a choice.
How challenging is that, not to interrupt, but I mean, how challenging is it to convey that message to family members?
It is not easy. It is not easy, and it's not a straightforward thing. Some days you're willing and happy to support your spouse or kid, other days you're really tired. And we continue to provide that. Now, there are groups that we have specially for significant others. Also, if you hear about the Al-Anon, that's for the family and the kids of those who suffer from addictive disorders.
Well, addiction is very clearly a disease, as we've been pointing out in this conversation. Can you speak to the resources available from a medical standpoint in terms of treating this as a medical concern?
Well, we know about it way more than we did in the past. This is one. We know that the chemicals that are implicated in the mechanism of happening, how it affects, where does it affect the brain, what neurotransmitter that implicates. So we know how it works. It's a chronic brain disease. You can compare it to diabetes. You can compare it to hypertension and so forth. Now, it does also have medication that affects it and helps with it. We have so many medications. If you're going to talk about, let's say, opioid use disorder, we do have evidence that we have methadone that helps with it a lot. We have buprenorphine, which has been helping for ages, since the year 2003. We have naloxone or Narcan that can revive and get people from overdose. So we have the medical model. We know how it works. We know the process, and we know that it has some kind of management that can help people during recovery as well.
Just in the minute that we have left, this is a business, finance, economics show. A lot of folks who listen are on Wall Street, working on Wall Street. And I gather this is a community that has been historically at least resistant to talking with or confronting these issues.
Absolutely. I think there's a high cost to acknowledging that you need help, but we do see a lot of people that are in very high stress jobs. And this becomes an outlet, and it's very difficult then to ask for help. We also know, too, if they have a partner that's struggling, their own productivity is affected, and that can be very difficult, too. These aren't the types of things you might tell your colleague at work or other parents at the parent pickup, oh, my wife's drinking too much. These are things that are very painful to hold and can be very consuming. So I think, lastly, one important thing I wanted to put out there is we know that recovery is out there. There is hope. There's a lot of joy in life, but not just for the individual, but for the entire family system. We have a whole program at Mountainside, particularly just for family members, that they don't have a substance use disorder diagnosis, but they love someone that does. And it's been essential to work with them from that lens of people that specialize in this, that see them and see the disease and want to be with them.
Well, thank you both for being here. Really appreciate it. That's Jana Wu, Senior Clinician at Mountainside, Dr. Manasa Hani joining us as well, Director of Addiction Psychology at Northwell, a practicing psychiatrist. And just noting again that the short film is called No More Secrets, and it's going to make its debut at Mountainside's New York City Center on Thursday, tomorrow at 6 o'clock. It's about 10, 12 minutes long, and would catalyze a conversation like the one that we've had here, just surrounding the issue of addiction and recovery. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio. David Gura with Norma Linda, in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, who are out today. The market closed lower today. So we said about 300 stocks closing lower in the S&P 500. Much more to come here on Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, this is Bloomberg Business Week. David Gura in with Norma Linda for Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Both of them are out today, but rest assured they will be back soon here in the Interactive Brokers studio. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. Joining us now is Christina Aquino. She's the managing editor of Bloomberg Markets Live blog. And what were you looking at today? What were the movers that caught your eye?
Well, David, we had some big moves post-market for Oracle because we did just get them reporting after the bell. So Oracle, ticker ORCL, big gains in post-market, up 7%, more than 7%, and a big beat on that fourth quarter adjusted revenue that came in at $15.9 billion. Well, in the estimate, it was $15.6 billion, but that's actually an 11% increase from a year earlier. Cloud services and license support revenue also a standout gain there, $11.7 billion, which is a 14% increase from year on year. And the forward guidance from the company also looking very optimistic. They're seeing fiscal year 2026 for total cloud growth over 40% in terms of that growth rate. So Oracle CEO Safra Catz saying that 2026 will be an even better year for them.
Struck by the optimism of this report. I mean, there's been so much uncertainty and negativism. Here to see a report where, despite all of the uncertainty surrounding trade and the like, this is a company that's optimistic.
We're seeing a pop here. We're really seeing a pop here. Looking at shares, they're up about 5.8% year to date. And it's just really, as we're looking at the broader tech sector and the performance there, it's really interesting to see this forward guide that is positive and optimistic for street estimates. But there is a name in the red that you're looking at, and that's in the defense sector. I know, we have to talk about the names in the red too, the decliners.
Yes, exactly. So that's Lockheed Martin, ticker LMT. And in the regular trading session, that's one of the biggest decliners on the index today. Shares down more than 4%. And that is because of the developments regarding the Air Force and its orders for the signature F-35s that Lockheed is known for. The Air Force cutting its order down by half. It's now just ordering 24 planes instead of the 48 that was forecast last year. The Air Force, of course, is the biggest customer for Lockheed, and those cuts really reflecting the efforts by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to reduce projected military spending by 8% over the next 5 years.
Yeah, he was up on Capitol Hill today talking a lot about the cuts that he's identified, that DOGE has identified in the Pentagon budget. We're still talking about a fraction of this massive, almost $1 trillion budget, but what we're seeing with Lockheed today certainly highlighting the fact that this is an administration and a Pentagon that is willing to take a second look at some programs that have been the beneficiary of a lot of government investment and spending for a long time. Let's go back to the green, another company that did well
Exactly.
today. We'll get out of the red and into the green.
Exactly. I figured I'd give you the sandwich method today. So let's finish up with a stock in the green in regular trading. That is Starbucks, ticker SBUX. So that was up more than 4% in regular trading, and that was after the Financial Times published an interview with CEO Brian Niccol, who was saying that Starbucks is looking at a possible sale of a stake in its China business, and that has drawn, quote, a lot of interest. So apparently Starbucks is searching for a partner interested in expanding the chain in China. So they currently have around 8,000 stores. They're looking at an expansion to 20,000 stores, so more than double. But he did also say that they're in no rush for a deal, and they want to maintain a, quote, meaningful stake in the operation.
And while the stock is up about 4.5% so far this year, CEO Brian Niccol has really been trying to do a turnaround story here for Starbucks. They're trying to increase foot traffic. And I was browsing today and I saw that apparently they're launching a protein drink.
That's right. Yeah. So
Starbucks protein drink.
Catering to the gym bunnies out there, right?
Right.
Yeah. Because you need your protein and your caffeine. Get it while at Starbucks.
Would you guys try it?
I would maybe try it once. I'm not sure that I'd be sold on it, or I would be like seeking it out. But this is a company that, like, Howard Schultz continues to loom large. Brian Niccol, again, as you've said, trying to do this turnaround. How difficult is that likely to be for this company?
I mean, it really is very much dependent on consumer attitudes and sentiment, right? I mean, especially in the U.S., that's a little bit more unpredictable. But you can see that the company is really trying to leverage its presence outside of the U.S. China has been a real focal point for them. They're also, doing a lot of other things like increasing their tea-based offerings. We heard about that, over the past week. So that's something that they're really trying to do to be able to compete more internationally, perhaps as a response to maybe a little bit more uncertain picture back here at home.
Well, thanks so much, Christina Kino. That is the managing editor of Bloomberg Markets live blog. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
A couple of threads we can pull from that there. I mean, you have asked a number of great questions over the course of the show just about the health of the consumer today, and just from that conversation about Starbucks, that company, like so many others, I think kind of bracing itself just to see how resilient is this consumer going to be. And we got those inflation data, of course, this morning, CPI data from the Labor Department showing that, prices are more benign, as Charlie's been saying over the course of the show, than was expected. The consumer still evincing some strength here amidst some pretty significant headwinds.
But it's such a mixed picture, as we've really been seeing illustrated in our conversations throughout the day. I mean, you have companies like Lululemon that are really trying to get people to get their leggings, and you have Starbucks here that's really fighting for the consumer's attention. But then Dollar Tree and Dollar General, apparently we're hearing a lot of people that are going down there that are actually buying down and trying to get discounted opportunities. So
a long-standing indicator that there could be some economic difficulty on the horizon when we see the kind of performance of those companies. The other strand I want to pull here just from those three names is just the role of China. And interesting that Starbucks is interest in China on the heels of those talks that we've been discussing over the course of the show as well. Talks took place in London between the U.S. and China. What's going to happen with these tariffs amidst the kind of happy talk and good cheer from the administration about progress? Still haven't seen substantial deals indicating sort of brokered relationships, trade relationships between the U.S. and trading partners. Be interesting to track here going forward as we approach that deadline in July and beyond. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio. David Gurr with Nora Melinda in for Carol Masser and Tim Stanovec on this Wednesday afternoon, day when the markets ended down after some choppy trading. Coming up, we'll have Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg.
Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide. Welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, a done deal, according to the White House.
China has agreed to open their markets to the United States separately of this deal. And when it comes to this deal, we're going back to the terms that were agreed upon in Geneva for the release of some of those critical minerals and the magnets from China to the United States.
Late-night agreement on a trade framework between the U.S. and China that included rare earth materials and more. The fine points of the deal still being hammered out, the next steps for negotiators, and how markets reacted to even more uncertainty when we speak ahead with the